Hi, my name is Karen Rodriguez, and I am with the Care Covered Food Pantry. Our food pantry serves about 400 families every single week, and that's equivalent to about 1,300 to 1,400 individuals. It began about 20 to 25 years ago out of the closet of the office of the church. Some of the church members would bring in some canned foods or something, and they'd put it in the closet, and as people came by the church that were hungry, they'd offer them some food. Fast forward, it started growing. I got here about 7 years ago. They were feeding about 80 to 90 families, and then it just exploded. And we've actually doubled the amount of families that we're fed in the past 2 years. Being in the social sector, it's really hard to gauge impact because we don't have a financial outcome to measure it by, but we have lots of stories about different people. A lot of the cars, the suspensions are falling apart, they're breaking down, because people can't afford to repair them. They can't afford those bills, they can't afford other bills. I try to put myself in the position of someone who needs a food pantry. I think I feel depressed, frustrated, ashamed. And to actually go through and be greeted with a smiling face and people that are happy to see you. It's our compassion and our dignity, and our friendliness. I really think it makes a difference, and that is part of our mission, is to not only relieve hunger, but also do it with compassion and dignity. We do have contracts with food banks, Feeding Northeast Florida and Second Harvest. And what happens is they bring in, every week, Feeding Northeast Florida brings in 5 pallets of food. And a lot of times that is fresh produce. And Second Harvest will bring in 10 pallets once a month. So we love the fresh produce, and that's something in the future we want to be able to access more of. That's in our 3-year plan, to access better quality foods. But if you're a community business, you can help us also. We've got a lot of partnerships in the community. Cork and Pine, Ash and Ale, The Thrifty Place, Good Vibe, East Coast Veterinarian, Palm Coast Chiropractic and Acupuncture. They all have donation bins in the front of their offices, and people come by, and it's been quite successful. So if you'd love to be on our team and partner with us, let us know. We'd love to see you. As I said, we've doubled over the past 2 years, and feeding 400 families a week requires a lot of food. As a result of having more food, you need more storage to place that food. And so that's a significant issue with us right now. We also, going forward in the next 3 years, want to bring in more technology to become a more efficient organization. Also bring in more high quality foods. I'd like to get relationships with the farmers in Bunnell. There's a lot of farms. We're also going to explore the options of finding a warehouse or something so that we can get a better, more functional space to work in. We have a Facebook page, so you can go onto Facebook, Care Covered Food Pantry. You'll find us there. Lots of good information there about us. Come on out to Food Truck Tuesday in June, on June 17th, the 3rd Tuesday of the month, and we'll be there. So come visit us at the booth, come for the food, stay for the fun. We'll see you there.
"2024 has been a milestone year for Palm Coast's economic growth. From new developments to workforce initiatives, we've made great strides in shaping the city's future. Let's take a look at some key highlights. We launched The Promenade, our first mixed-use project in Town Center, adding new residential and commercial opportunities to the heart of Town Center. Our economic landscape also expanded, with Astor Defense USA selecting Palm Coast for its first U.S. manufacturing and testing facility, bringing high-paying jobs and strengthening our presence in advanced manufacturing. Workforce growth remains a priority. Our first ever Workforce Development Roundtable brought together industry leaders to address skill gaps and strengthen our local talent pipeline. We also launched the Business Retention and Expansion Program to build relationships with local employers, identify growth opportunities, and support business expansions, because keeping jobs here is just as important as attracting new ones. Our target industry feasibility study analyzed key sectors for economic growth, identifying aerospace, advanced manufacturing, clean tech, logistics, and hospitality as prime industries for expansion. With Palm Coast's strategic location, workforce, and infrastructure, we're well positioned to attract and grow these industries. We also revamped our digital presence, launching selectpalmcoast.com with enhanced property listings and workforce data, and creating our first ever economic development LinkedIn page to show Palm Coast strengths on a national scale. As Palm Coast continues to grow, we remain focused on innovation, investment, and opportunity. The future is bright, and we are just getting started.
My experience with attending the Citizens Academy was really exciting and very informative. My favorite component about the Citizens Academy was actually with the water department. I did get to learn a lot of how the city functions and a lot of the things that many folks talk about.
I was looking for something to get involved with, and when they were looking for somebody to volunteer for the Residential Drainage Committee, I decided to hold my hand in the air. We met with builders, we met with people who were in the building industry, we met with surveyors, we met with the Arbor Division of Palm Coast, Community Development Black Rat person. We met with all of those people to learn what things we might be able to offer to people who were having flooding issues.
I've been playing pickleball for 8 years, and people knew me, and then we just started talking, and they asked me, how would you like to come to Southern Recreation Center? And I was like, yeah. And then it just developed from there, and I've been really, really happy. People come to me and they don't know a thing about pickleball, and they leave and they are just so happy, and it makes me so happy. I love it. I think that's the best part of it.
My wife and I come here and play pickleball on a pretty routine basis. My kids have been in the pickleball program here for 4 months. The people here have all been very encouraging. I'm no experience with racket sports whatsoever. I came in and people were willing to let me come and learn the game alongside them, even the people who are obviously very far along and very good at it. So it's been a lot of good camaraderie here for sure.
For me, I think the biggest benefit to be involved with the city and the events is education. I think knowledge is power. As a resident here, to be someone that can be helpful and a resource to other residents around me.
We feel like we're offering a lot more than we started with, because we started with nothing. We are working as a group to find viable solutions.
It's been nice. We all can come together as a family and all enjoy doing the same thing, as opposed to, you know, kids playing video games and parents over here doing this. We're all kind of in it together, so it's been nice.
Meeting people is what it's all about in life. You know, nobody wants to be home by themselves. Nobody wants to be lonely. Everybody needs somebody. So I think you should come here.
Our responsibilities entail mowing the vacant lots so the water can flow through Palm Coast, and also taking care of hazardous trees, fire mitigations, picking up dead animals, picking up debris, site distance issues. On QRT, we have 4 team members, and on neighborhood mowing, we have 5 team members. Everyday operations for QRT can entail something different, either hazardous trees, fire mitigations, anything that really is a work order, we will take care of. For neighborhood mowing, their daily operations are mowing all of Palm Coast vacant lots. I would say our biggest achievement so far recently would be Hurricane Milton. The amount of work orders that we completed and removing hazardous trees off people's homes, roadways, people's backyards, picking up piles of debris throughout the city. Some of the statistics from October through December, we completed 231 work orders of hazardous trees, and 266 trees actually came down. Some of the biggest challenges that we face daily are doing different types of jobs, seeing exactly what has to be done in order to get it done the quickest, fastest, and safest way. One thing I wish the residents knew is how much time and training this actually takes. You can't just bring someone to cut down a tree. A lot of time and effort goes into this job every day. Facing challenges is what motivates us. We pull up to a tree job and we try to get that job done, and it could be different every single time. So every single tree job is actually a challenge, and we just push forward and get through it together. We deal with a lot of nice people throughout this city, and we are appreciative of you guys.
For facilities maintenance, we take care of electrical, plumbing, pressure washing, painting. We go as far as even building rooms inside buildings. We're responsible for more than a dozen facilities. A lot of work we do is behind the scenes. It's underneath the ceilings, under the floor, behind the walls. Keep the water going, lights on, HVAC, keeping that going, or that way people are comfortable. Painting facilities, that way they look nice for the citizens.
We are 5 total staff. Our goal, our priority is to have everything in good condition and safely for everyone. Mostly we got AC, It's mostly what we do in the summertime. Bathrooms, take care of the bathrooms in good condition for the citizens, for staff, include ourselves. Not too long ago, we had a job in the golf course, the kitchen, the main drain. It was bad, and we called vendors, and nobody can get it. So we take our own hands. We make it, and we got it. We fix it. Now everybody enjoy it.
A lot of times when we go to facilities, whoever the supervisor is or manager, they see what we do and they greatly appreciate it. And when people appreciate what we do, it just makes it easier to go next time and do it again and do what they need done.
Hi, my name is Karen Rodriguez, and I am with the Care Covered Food Pantry. Our food pantry serves about 400 families every single week, and that's equivalent to about 1,300 to 1,400 individuals. It began about 20 to 25 years ago out of the closet of the office of the church. Some of the church members would bring in some canned foods or something, and they'd put it in the closet, and as people came by the church that were hungry, they'd offer them some food. Fast forward, it started growing. I got here about 7 years ago. They were feeding about 80 to 90 families, and then it just exploded. And we've actually doubled the amount of families that we're fed in the past 2 years. Being in the social sector, it's really hard to gauge impact because we don't have a financial outcome to measure it by, but we have lots of stories about different people. A lot of the cars, the suspensions are falling apart, they're breaking down, because people can't afford to repair them. They can't afford those bills, they can't afford other bills. I try to put myself in the position of someone who needs a food pantry. I think I feel depressed, frustrated, ashamed. And to actually go through and be greeted with a smiling face and people that are happy to see you. It's our compassion and our dignity, and our friendliness. I really think it makes a difference, and that is part of our mission, is to not only relieve hunger, but also do it with compassion and dignity. We do have contracts with food banks Feeding Northeast Florida and Second Harvest. And what happens is they bring in, every week, Feeding Northeast Florida brings in 5 pallets of food. And a lot of times that is fresh produce. And Second Harvest will bring in 10 pallets once a month. So we love the fresh produce, and that's something in the future we want to be able to access more of. That's in our 3-year plan, to access better quality foods. But if you're a community business, you can help us also. We've got a lot of partnerships in the community. Cork and Pine, Ash and Ale, The Thrifty Place, Good Vibe, East Coast Veterinarian, Palm Coast Chiropractic and Acupuncture. They all have donation bins in the front of their offices, and people come by, and it's been quite successful. So if you'd love to be on our team and partner with us, let us know. We'd love to see you. As I said, we've doubled over the past 2 years, and feeding 400 families a week requires a lot of food. As a result of having more food, you need more storage to place that food. And so that's a significant issue with us right now. We also, going forward in the next 3 years, want to bring in more technology to become a more efficient organization. Also bring in more high quality foods. I'd like to get relationships with the farmers in Bunnell. There's a lot of farms. We're also going to explore the options of finding a warehouse or something so that we can get a better, more functional space to work in. We have a Facebook page, so you can go onto Facebook, Care Covered Food Pantry. You'll find us there. Lots of good information there about us. Come on out to Food Truck Tuesday in June, on June 17th, the 3rd Tuesday of the month, and we'll be there. So come visit us at the booth, come for the food, stay for the fun. We'll see you there.
"2024 has been a milestone year for Palm Coast's economic growth. From new developments to workforce initiatives, we've made great strides in shaping the city's future. Let's take a look at some key highlights. We launched The Promenade, our first mixed-use project in Town Center, adding new residential and commercial opportunities to the heart of Town Center. Our economic landscape also expanded with Astor Defense USA selecting Palm Coast for its first U.S. manufacturing and testing facility, bringing high-paying jobs and strengthening our presence in advanced manufacturing. Workforce growth remains a priority. Our first ever Workforce Development Roundtable brought together industry leaders to address skill gaps and strengthen our local talent pipeline. We also launched the Business Retention and Expansion Program to build relationships with local employers, identify growth opportunities, and support business expansions, because keeping jobs here is just as important as attracting new ones. Our target industry feasibility study analyzed key sectors for economic growth, identifying aerospace, advanced manufacturing, clean tech, logistics, and hospitality as prime industries for expansion. With Palm Coast's strategic location, workforce, and infrastructure, we're well positioned to attract and grow these industries. We also revamped our digital presence, launching selectpalmcoast.com with enhanced property listings and workforce data, and creating our first ever economic development LinkedIn page to show Palm Coast strengths on a national scale. As Palm Coast continues to grow, we remain focused on innovation, investment, and opportunity. The future is bright, and we are just getting started.
My experience with attending the Citizens Academy was really exciting and very informative. My favorite component about the Citizens Academy was actually with the water department. I did get to learn a lot of how the city functions and a lot of the things that many folks talk about.
I was looking for something to get involved with, and when they were looking for somebody to volunteer for the Residential Drainage Committee, I decided to hold my hand in the air. We met with builders, we met with people who were in the building industry, we met with surveyors, we met with the Arbor Division of Palm Coast, Community Development Black Rat person. We met with all of those people to learn what things we might be able to offer to people who were having flooding issues.
I've been playing pickleball for 8 years. And people knew me, and then we just started talking, and they asked me, how would you like to come to Southern Recreation Center? And I was like, yeah. And then it just developed from there, and I've been really, really happy. People come to me and they don't know a thing about pickleball, and they leave and they are just so happy, and it makes me so happy. I love it. I think that's the best part of it.
My wife and I come here and play pickleball on a pretty routine basis. My kids have been in the pickleball program here for 4 months. The people here have all been very encouraging. I'm no experience with racket sports whatsoever. I came in and people were willing to let me come and learn the game alongside them, even the people who are obviously very far along and very good at it. So it's been a lot of good camaraderie here for sure.
For me, I think the biggest benefit to be involved with the city and the events is education. I think knowledge is power. As a resident here, to be someone that can be helpful and a resource to other residents around me.
We feel like we're offering a lot more than we started with, because we started with nothing. We are working as a group to find viable solutions.
It's been nice. We all can come together as a family and all enjoy doing the same thing, as opposed to, you know, kids playing video games and parents over here doing this. We're all kind of in it together, so it's been nice.
Meeting people is what it's all about in life. You know, nobody wants to be home by themselves. Nobody wants to be lonely. Everybody needs somebody. So I think you should come here.
Our responsibilities entail mowing the vacant lots so the water can flow through Palm Coast, and also taking care of hazardous trees, fire mitigations, picking up dead animals, picking up debris, site distance issues. On QRT, we have 4 team members, and on Neighborhood Mowing, we have 5 team members. Everyday operations for QRT can entail something different, either hazardous trees, fire mitigations, anything that really is a work order, we will take care of. For Neighborhood Mowing, their daily operations are mowing all of Palm Coast vacant lots. I would say our biggest achievement so far recently would be Hurricane Milton. The amount of work orders that we completed and removing hazardous trees off people's homes, roadways, people's backyards, picking up piles of debris throughout the city. Some of the statistics from October through December, we completed 231 work orders of hazardous trees, and 266 trees actually came down. Some of the biggest challenges that we face daily are doing different types of jobs, seeing exactly what has to be done in order to get it done the quickest, fastest, and safest way. One thing I wish the residents knew is how much time and training this actually takes. You can't just bring someone to cut down a tree. A lot of time and effort goes into this job every day. Facing challenges is what motivates us. We pull up to a tree job and we try to get that job done, and it can be different every single time. So every single tree job is actually a challenge, and we just push forward and get through it together. We deal with a lot of nice people throughout this city, and we are appreciative of you guys.
facilities maintenance. We take care of electrical, plumbing, pressure washing, painting. We go as far as even building rooms inside buildings. We're responsible for more than a dozen facilities. A lot of work we do is behind the scenes. It's underneath the ceilings, under the floor, behind the walls. Keep the water going, lights on, HVAC, keeping that going, or that way people are comfortable. Painting facilities, that way they look nice for the citizens.
We are 5 total staff. Our goal, our priority is to have everything in good condition and safely for everyone. Mostly we got AC. It's mostly what we do in the summertime. Bathrooms, take care of the bathrooms in good condition for the citizens, for staff, include ourselves. Not too long ago, we had a job in the golf course, the kitchen, the main drain. It was bad, and we called vendors, and nobody can get it. So we take our own hands. We make it, and we got it. We fix it. Now everybody enjoy it.
A lot of times when we go to facilities, whoever the supervisor is or manager, they see what we do and they greatly appreciate it. And when people appreciate what we do, it just makes it easier to go next time and do it again and do what they need done.
community wing of City Hall. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Thank you. If you hadn't already, please silence all your devices. Ms. Cook, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
We'll open tonight's meeting with public participation. Please remember to maintain decorum, no defamatory statements. You have 3 minutes for your public statements. And if you could, please pay respect to the current speaker. Yes, Mr. Davis, go right ahead.
Good evening, council members. Jeremy Davis. So let me get this straight. Our acting city manager, who already has a chief of staff, is now bringing in the sheriff's chief of staff to serve as assistant city manager.
Mr. Davis, can I
Yes.
stop you, please? That's an item that's going to come up on the agenda.
Oh, perfect.
Can we save that for...
I can definitely make that for later.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, then I'll come back.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. If an item is on the agenda, please wait until the agenda item to speak on that specific topic. Yes, yes, sir.
My name is Andy Dodzik. I'm a resident of Palm Coast. I'm also a retired consulting engineer. I've worked with cities and towns for over 40 years. I understand impact fees. I understand that they're necessary. I understand that you need to expand upon them. But what I don't understand is why Palm Coast does not have a development impact fee. A development impact fee is charged to the developer at the time their development is approved for construction, but before they can start the construction. And you then have that money up front that you can use for your future infrastructure needs. The typical development impact fee, and if you want to look it up, you can Google it. It's readily available. It's typically 3 to 5% of the cost of that development. The cost of prepping the site, putting in the roads, sewers, water lines, etc. And again, that is paid up front. Right now, you don't get an impact fee till somebody builds on a lot. And therefore, if nothing gets built, you don't collect anything. This impact fee thing is not new. It's been around a long, long time. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I would strongly you consider it, because with all this stuff that's gone on up and down one and all the wrong Royal Palms, you could have collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in development impact fees. That just didn't happen. And moving forward, I think, would be imperative for you to do that.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. McDowell.
Good evening. Ken McDowell, resident of Palm Coast C-section. I'm up here tonight to discuss briefly the upcoming charter review, the city charter review. And I would like to suggest that if the city charter is going to be amended, let's do this. Let's have each of you sitting up there that represent a district, 1, 2, 3, and 4, represent your district. Once you're elected, you have to live in your district to sit up there. But once you're elected, every one of you are at large, just like the mayor. That's kind of interesting. Not a one of you represents your district. Not a one of you. But yet you're required, under your names, to write District 1, 2, 3, or 4 representative. Now that's odd, isn't it? That's really odd. But every one of you are at large, just like the mayor. Our districts, our people need representation. And I have a suggestion. I suggest that in amending the charter, that it be amended to state words to the effect of 5% of all property tax revenue generated by that district is retained to that district, so that the district rep that has that number under their name is forced to be involved with their district. They're forced to follow that money, to maybe determine how that money is retained and spent for that district. And this would be a good thing. This would give each of us in each of our districts representation, because all we have now are 5 mayors, 5 people at large, and one of them being the mayor. The rest of you are just at large too. We need representation, and we need money back for our own districts. You're taking money from each district and giving it across town to other places and other things. I think this should be very seriously considered. Think about it. Gee, you'd have to have quarterly meetings maybe with your constituents in your district. You might have to report to them how their money's being spent, rather than have the city manager do it. We don't know where our money's spent. You report to us. We are sitting back here being bamboozled, and it's not right. So I ask you to consider that, and I hope the people get behind it. Thank you,
sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Dennis Sokola, a resident in the F section for 14 years, at which time I've been achieving my constitutional right of the pursuit of happiness. And all that changed in March. March, it was proclaimed that they could put VRBOs in residential areas. I have a list of towns that have banned this. This is a result that has caused me sleepless nights. It's affected my health. I've called the cops 9 times since the middle of March, and it's not counting the times I went outside and told them to stop. I woke up 11:30 to 3:30 in the morning. Now the latest thing is rap music with obscenities and vulgarities. My grandchildren were in the pool the other day. I had to bring them in the house Saturday, Memorial Day, because of this. There is no regulation. You cannot control these people. People come down here for a week, they're here to party, and that's the end of it. I've tried everything. I talked to the property owner. I've come to you guys 3 times, and it's not stopping. It's ruining my life and my health of me, my wife, and my kids. Like I said, there's a whole bunch of towns: Daytona, Palm Beach, Coral Gables, Miami Beach, parts of Orlando, St. Petersburg, Clearwater. They all banned it from residential neighborhoods. It's not a good thing. It's not working at all. And like I said, I went to the owner. I'm going to you guys. I guess the next step is going to be the courts, because this is ridiculous. You ruined my life. 14 years. I'm 70 years old, and it's going to cost me big money if I sell my house and move. But I think I'm going to spend that money on fighting you people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Ms. Grossman here, city manager?
No.
Already referred him to her. Okay. If you could follow up with that gentleman as far as the air. If we have an ordinance in place, it should be taking care of that. He shouldn't have to be suffering with an Airbnb right next to him with that kind of conduct.
Behind me.
So,
Behind my house.
so could you follow up with him, please?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm Mike Occhiola from Palm Coast, and I'm here to talk about the proposal by some to allow commercial trucks and vans in our neighborhoods. Now, we all moved into Palm Coast because it's such a beautiful city, and it still is a beautiful city. It's green, it's lush, and it's peaceful. Now, I don't want to walk down my neighborhood street and see a gigantic pickup truck with say, an orange wrap and blue lettering advertising Sam's Smoke Emporium. Nor do I want to walk down my neighborhood and see a van in another color advertising Honeybee's House of Delight, right? So there's no obscenity there, but it can be done, I suppose. We didn't pay for our houses and maintain our houses in the shape that they are in, and it's generally pretty darn good, to see these kinds of things next door and have to stare at them whenever we walk outside our house. It is offensive. It makes Palm Coast not Palm Coast. It makes Palm Coast not a city to relax in, to enjoy, to appreciate. It's not. So I implore you to think about it before you do anything. Think about it. Do you want, wherever you live, do you want painted trucks? Do you want wrapped, you know what that is, a film, trucks in all garish colors, advertising everything on earth, running around Palm Coast, that is in Palm Coast or in Flagler County or anywhere, parked on both sides of you, because that's what'll happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jeannie.
Council, Mayor Norris, welcome.
State your name for the record, please.
Jeannie Duarte, C-section. Council and Mayor Norris, welcome back. I'd like to echo some of the concerns that I've heard in our community. Our utility bills are being raised, increased by 36%, or up to 36%. And we are expected to pay transaction fees and some kind of approved portal, use of some sort of approved portal. All while meters are suddenly being replaced. Here's the echo, and I hear an echo. Thousands of meters are locked off and customers are getting billed for it. $11 a month. Thousands of meters are stuck and not charging customers for usage. Thousands of Santana just installed are already dead and need to be replaced. I'd like to know, where are the funds collected all these years for the stormwater and canal maintenance for the C-section? I'm also concerned about the various approvals being made on the dais prior to views of the final drafts and without proper opportunity for public to preview with an ample time to respond, leaving agreements wide open for manipulations and change appearing to be in the light when in truth they're not. Our mayor should not have to announce that you will have to review that on video to catch all that. The seats on the council are broken in districts for a reason. Members of the councils are not to be friendly outside of public view. I don't see a dais competing for funds for the needs of their district. Rather, I see a road council operating at large, supporting developers and taxing homeowners out of their love for Palm Coast. Up until now, I had never heard anyone say, I hate Palm Coast, but I do now. Another echo, no 5G towers on the golf course near homes in the C-section. And growth needs to pay for growth. These impact fees only affect customers. As you all know, to make special considerations for those developers who bring commercial growth, we are all aware these developers do both residential and commercial. Palm Coast needs these fees up front. No payment options, no exceptions. I'd also like to know how much of our budget has gone over the charter's outlined spending cap and has already gone over the 36-month repayment deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Neftali De Jesus, and I'm the owner of 1621 Building Remodeling. I am a partner of Florida Green Building Construction. I am the vice president of Zodger Group, and I am the lead pastor of Rustic Fellowship. And also, finally, to end it, I am the executive secretary of the Home Builders Association. Now, with all that being said, I have nothing to say. What I want to say to y'all, for once, that I don't hear this happening very often, is that I'm thankful for y'all. I'm thankful that y'all take your time, put out the effort, work your butts off,
I've had great conversations with Councilman Miller and Vice Mayor Pontieri. Haven't had a chance to talk with y'all very much yet, but y'all are working a thankless job. I think a lot of us don't understand what it takes to be in y'all's position and to work and serve and try to understand all the inner workings that have happened for the last 20 years to forward that affect the current situations. But I'm thankful for y'all. Now, we all don't always agree. Trust me, we definitely don't always agree. But I think if we step back for a minute, every once in a while, and just see other people's perspective, show a little bit of appreciation and understanding, I think it's going to go a long way in the city. Every time I see people coming up here and just bashing y'all, or bashing the city, or bashing the builders, or bashing my buddy Jeremy, like, yeah, I'm a builder, and I'm friends with Jeremy, right? It's amazing, right? But what I'm saying is, I think we all need to get a little bit better perspective. What's important in life? What's valuable? What are things we can work on together to better our city? But can we just focus on what's important? We're here today. We got breath in our lungs. We have our families around us. Listen, this city is not perfect. Y'all aren't perfect. I'm not perfect. None of us are. There's a lot of things we got to work on. But I think we need to step back and appreciate each other for a second. And on a whole nother note, a few council meetings ago, the general over here, that's how I remember you. I'm sorry. I can't remember your name. I remember you as the general. You said that we could come over to your house and have a drink. One of these days I want to do that with you, if you don't mind. Just want to pick your brain. And Mr. Mayor, I want to get to know you. I feel like there's a lot that I'm missing. And I feel there's a lot of misperceptions, and that at least misperceptions on my part. And I want to get to know you. So you see what I do for a living. You see what I do in serving this community with HBA and all that good stuff. But I think we need to get to know each other and work together a little bit better and show a little bit of love. Is that all right?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mary Vasilevsky, P-Section. I'm also a partner of Florida Green, and I'm the chair of the BEAC here, and also a proud graduate of the Citizens Academy, which I see a fellow graduate here of this class. I wasn't able to attend the graduation due to work, but it's really tough to follow up after Tali came up. So one of the things I wanted to do is thank you all, and also just remind everyone that burnout exists. You all are public servants. I am not jealous of any of y'all's position. I'm grateful that you guys decided to run and try to make a positive difference. Everyone's perspectives, of course, don't align, but just really grateful. I grew up here since '99. I left for about 8 years, came back, and Palm Coast has developed more sustainably than it has back in 2005, when I remember going in public, seeing fathers and mothers trying to sell items of clothing and watches to feed their children. And I myself was about 13. I remember food stamps, I remember welfare, I remember Medicaid for people who would never use it. And I'm so grateful that we've had a much more sustainable growth pattern compared to the boom back in between 2005 and 2008. And thank you guys for doing this, and be cautious of burnout. I would hate for you guys to get so burnt out with all of the negativity that you forget why you decided to run. And very appreciative of you guys wanting to take care of your city, not wanting. That's the opposite. And yes, keep on doing what you're doing. Take a vacation, hopefully, mental, maybe if not time-wise. And I'm excited to hear our fellow constituents share their perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Darlene Shelley. I live in the K section. I just wanted to talk to you yet again. I've been coming before the board, before all of you were up here, just speaking up for the rights of the residents of Palm Coast, for our safety, for our health, and for our welfare. I've done so much research. comb through your comprehensive plan, the land development guide. Most of my research lately is on the emissions from training aircraft, excessive training aircraft, specifically out of Flagler Airport. As you know, many flights are coming there from airports all across Florida, from Ormond, from DeLand, from Gainesville, Jacksonville, all the way from the West Coast. And they've come to fly over our homes in Palm Coast. On an average, it's 520 operations a day. These planes are single-piston aircraft, and they emit toxic emissions, including lead. And the EPA knows that lead is harmful, which is why it was taken out of gasoline way back in the 70s. You probably know all this. And folks and trolls on Nextdoor and social media will try to say that you have to prove that there's lead, but the EPA has already done that. They used to track how many pounds of lead were emitted at these types of airports across the country and across Florida, and Flagler was always in the top 20. And the last they were keeping track is 2008, it was 720 pounds. But since then, the airport has grown considerably, added on to the runways, and invited even more flight schools to come fly over our homes without any navigation easements, without any permission from any of the homeowners, and no benefit to Palm Coast whatsoever financially, because they fly over round and round hundreds of times, and then they fly back to their airport. Last night, a plane took off from Flagler, and the engine failed, and the plane crashed into the ocean 3 miles off the land. It's just a miracle that 3 people survived, but had that occurred over our densely populated city, how many folks would have died? What kind of catastrophic explosion could it have been if it landed into BJ's or Target or Publix or one of the many gas stations or propane tanks? Please follow the comprehensive plan and help protect our rights. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We only have time for 3 more, so I think Miss Anna Marie Long will be the last person. The rest you'll have to wait for later comments.
Can I present a visual, sir?
Yes, sir, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, James. What can we do to step up the swale maintenance? I had requested my swale be redug over a year ago. 4 months ago, the city came out and cleaned out the culverts on our street, but they did not redig the swales. A few days later, I got a yellow tag on my door that said it was determined that my swale needed to be regraded. Since then, it's rained several times, and now all the loose dirt from all the culvert cleaning has accumulated into my culvert again. Stuff's going to start growing soon. And what a waste of time it was to do that and not follow up right away. My property is still flooding because of the rain from the house next door. You can see the first picture is the left side of my driveway from the house. The other side's my neighbor, and where that red car is, you can see that there's a cul-de-sac, and nothing drains in the ravine. There's a ravine between the 2-story house and the house with the green door. Nothing flows into there except the runoff from those 2 properties. All those culverts, swales are clogged up. Even on the other side, it floods. There's 3 properties on the other side that all floods. So it can't flow off anywhere, and because they've not been regraded. So our cul-de-sac gets flooded constantly. I know it's not as bad as some people, but this is not just for me, but all the people who have this problem, because we're in hurricane season now, and it's going to be a bigger problem when we start getting all the real heavy rain. So if something could be done to step up this maintenance, because like I said, you know, they did it 4 months ago, so we're going to be out to do it, and like now I got all crap in my culvert again. They just wasted their time doing all that. The other thing is, of course, snowbirds have left the city, but the traffic is still worse than ever. Just because our road, you know, can't handle all this volume. Why do we keep approving these building projects? Because we just have too many people coming in, and we can't move them anywhere. So, police, can you stop this building so we can get our infrastructure caught up? Thanks.
Ms. Stevens is in the back. go see her. She's got her hand up. She'll talk to you about your swell.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. Well, I know the mayor is given certain rights and certain privileges being the mayor, but I'm going to be damned if I'm going to allow him to break a law publicly. At approximately 5:45, he got up out of his chair, walked across the front, and went out that door. That door is for emergency exit only. I didn't see the fire chief get up because there wasn't a fire emergency. I didn't see the police get up because there was a police emergency. I want to know right to my face, what gives you the right to go out that door? Now, maybe you can explain it to the attorney, because when I get done, I'm going to want to talk to the attorney to have a summons issued because you violated the law. You think that you're above the law because you're the mayor. Certain things you are, certain things. But that sign says, as clear as a bell, emergency exit only. I didn't see any emergency, so possibly you can explain it to us what the emergency was, because when you came back into the building, you came right through the front door where the security is, where all the councilmen have a habit now, and they've had a habit for years, of walking through, and they don't have to go through the metal detector. I want to know why. What makes you above everybody else? Everybody else has to go through the metal detector and the wand and all of that. But yet the city council has never had to go through a metal detector. What makes you any different than me? So maybe you can take the time and explain that to me.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Monica Garcia. I am the owner of Monica Clean and an active member of the Palm Coast Regional Chamber of Commerce. I am also friends with Jeremy Davis, and I am also a parishioner of Rustic Fellowship Church. As a small business in Flagler County in Palm Coast, we're proud to only hire local residents. So everyone that we hire lives here, they earn their money here, and they spend their money here. That is a small thing that I do to help keep our economy strong, our local economy strong. I do understand that there are real concerns affecting our residents, and those voices deserve to be heard and addressed. At the same time, I want to recognize the many positive things happening in Palm Coast, from business growth to community events and city improvements. It is clear that we live in a city that does care about progress and connection. I'm proud to serve here, and I look forward to continuing to grow in Palm Coast. And I just wanted to come up here and say thank you. Thank you for allowing our voices to be heard. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Stone, you're the last one in the queue, sir.
Okay. We still have outrageous water problems, and it's getting out of hand financially. When you have a higher water bill than your electric, that's serious problems. The second thing is also, I don't know how many of you councilmen read the newspapers yesterday, but Volusia County and Orange City are bringing legal actions against both counties. They want the building to stop, they want the corruption to stop, and anyone who's taking money from people in that business, whether it be builders or contractors, that's considered a kickback, particularly when you vote for the next election series that comes up and you vote approval to have them come into a city like they did in the very beginning of the year. It's a very serious problem, and it needs to stop. This whole back office needs to be investigated. And I spoke to the attorney that's handling this yesterday. He says, get your citizens. I'm handling Orange. I'm handling Volusia. I don't have a problem taking on another city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We can probably get one more in. We got any time left? Was that it? Was time up, Ms. Cook? I'm sorry, I thought we had like a minute and a half. Yes, ma'am. About a minute and a half, if you don't mind.
Good evening. My name is Edith Campins, and I live in the C-section. Commercial vehicle parking. You know, our neighborhoods are already under attack with all this short-term rentals that are proliferating everywhere. Look, you can't impact the entire population to satisfy the requirements of a small minority, namely the people who need the commercial vehicles. My suggestion to you is simply this. Put it on the ballot. Wait till the next election cycle, put it on the ballot, and then hear from the entire community, not just the people that come here to these meetings. Leave it up to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that was the last public comment. Bring it back to the dais. City Manager, you got any follow-ups?
No, sir, only that we would reach out to the F section resident on the short-term rental issue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anything else from any members of the council?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In terms of the short-term rental, this was said, I think, at the last meeting and the meeting prior, that we allowed short-term rentals, and so that's not the case. Short-term rentals were allowed by the state, and we regulated them and caused them to have a permit process and rules in place so that if they're violating some of these rules like noise and things like that, that there's recourse in order to go after the owner of that property and not the renter, so to speak, that's only there for a few days, because the thought process is that the owner actually has a stake in this, right? They don't want to lose that property or not be able to rent, so they should abide by the rules or enforce the rules on the city's behalf. So we have regulated it. We have a program for it, so if there are violations, we need to have those reported so that they can be fined, lose their permit, so that they can operate as an Airbnb or a short-term rental. Just appreciate that understanding that we are actually regulating it. We're not allowing it all. And then the other question, I think it was Jeannie that mentioned the meters, and that was the first I had heard of some of that. So just kind of looking for some of that information, City Manager, if you could.
Sure. Whenever there's any issues with a meter, we send out a meter technician to do a test, and then any meters that need to be replaced are covered under warranty. So we would send that meter back to the company and replace the meter at the resident's house with no cost.
Okay. I think the statement was that it was a large amount or something like that, so I was just kind of concerned if that, whether that's true or not, or what the case may be. But it's coming under warranty, though, so we aren't paying for it either, the city?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else from the dais?
Just really quickly, Mr. Duffy, if you could provide an update. We had asked for a specific letter to be sent regarding the airport issues. Can you give us an update on that?
Yes, Vice Mayor. So my office is working on that. We're looking at the requirements, and it's a possibility that instead of having to have a meeting with the airport, we can go directly to the FAA and request a meeting with them. So we're looking at that, and my office is we're hopefully to be able to draft a letter and have that out in the next week or two. So that's the goal right now, and that's what we're looking at.
Great, thank you. I have nothing further.
Yes, sir.
Just on the vacation rental, I agree with what's been said so far, and it is bothersome, obviously. Do we have a separate noise ordinance in the city? So just for noise?
Yes.
So it's there, so I guess it's an enforcement problem then.
Enforcement, yes. Anything else? No. City Attorney, you have anything? Okay, we'll move on to item F, minutes. F3, minutes of the City Council, May 20th business meeting and the May 27th workshop. Can we get a motion to approve the minutes or amendments?
So moved.
We got a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to G, ordinances of the second read. City Attorney?
Yeah, we have a 2025 ordinance amendments to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Coast, Chapter 42, Streets, Roads, Bridges, and Other Public Places.
City Manager, you want to cue it up?
Sure, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation, is here to present the second read of the ordinance. There were no changes from the first reading, and we're here for any additional questions you may have.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As City Manager stated, I do not have a presentation in front of me, but I'm here to answer any questions. There weren't any questions or comments or changes made from the previous business meeting or workshop.
Thank you, James. Anything from the dais?
No, Mayor.
Sir?
Nothing from the dais?
No.
Want to open this up for public comment? Anyone have any public comments concerning this ordinance? Seeing no one come forward, could bring it back to the dais. Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a motion, we got a second, Ms. Cook. Could you please call the vote?
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 5, City Attorney.
Ordinance 2025-49 and 51 Pinecrest Lane rezoning. And just as a friendly reminder, this is a quasi-judicial, so please make sure you disclose any ex parte.
Does anyone have any communications to acknowledge
Negative.
concerning this matter? I have none.
None.
None. City Attorney? Yes, sir. Go right ahead. I'm sorry, City Manager, you need to cue it up?
Mayor, City Council, there were no changes from first reading of this rezoning. Michael's here, Mr. Hanson is here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Michael Hanson, Community Development. This item had a first read on May 20th, and as the city manager stated, there's been no changes to it. It's for rezoning of 2 properties from SFR3 to SFR2. That creates no increase in density. It just simply resolves the nonconformity that is existing as the properties are 9,000 square feet in size. I'm available for any questions that the council may have.
Okay, back to the dais. Anyone have any questions concerning this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just had a question. I think I mentioned it to you, City Manager, about whether the changes to the property lines had been properly recorded with the county. The only reason I ask is not really for this. It's just I want to ensure that there's no legal encumbrance going forward with, Habitat for Humanity, where we're on a property line or we've moved or whatever, and it's not properly recorded.
So the city has a process called the non-statutory lot split that would essentially allow them to reconfigure the properties for annotating where those property lines are for lots 45 and 47, the neighboring properties that encroached on the particular property. That, as of yet, has not been done. However, it's not necessarily tied to this particular application for the property's address is 4951. So it ultimately be a civil matter, and they can come in. We'd entertain, their applications at any time.
Is that administrative, or would that have to come before the board?
My understanding of the process is those are administrative.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else from the dais?
No, I thought this was a good thing.
Okay, we'll open it up, nothing from the dais, we'll open it up for public comment. Any public comments concerning this ordinance? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do I have a motion to approve?
To approve.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item H, ordinance of the first read. City Attorney?
Yes, we have another 2025 ordinance amending Chapter 29 Impact Fees, Article 2 Transportation Impact Fees, Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Coast to adjust rates based on a comprehensive study, including extraordinary circumstances study.
City Manager, you want to cue this one up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mayor, City Council, as per your direction at the workshop last week, we had our consultant and Fong run an additional analysis, removing US 1 from the calculation and looking at several approaches, including a tiered approach with single-family units. So the consultant is here to review those findings with you for this first read of adoption.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. For the record, Fong Wing, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. So today is the first reading of the ordinance on transportation impact fees. As you can see on this slide, we have conducted 3 workshops
two for the public workshop stakeholders, and one with the city council last week. And so there are two more remaining today, and then another one is scheduled for June 17 as the second hearing. That would be the adoption of the ordinance. As the city manager has provided you a little update on the direction of city council, as you can see here, part of the presentation today will remove the U.S. improvements from the calculation for impact fees. We will add another $25 million in potential grants from DOT and TPO. Specifically, we anticipate that would be for State Road 100, and provide a table of comparable transportation impact fees with other jurisdictions, cities, and counties. And we're also going to explore fees based on the square feet for residential to address affordability. So with that, Mr. Jonathan Paul will present the remainder of the presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes,
right.
John.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jonathan Paul, Principal of New Urban Concepts. The city last updated the transportation impact fee in 2018. Over those last few years, the city has been adjusting its impact fee rate by roughly 2.7% a year. The last adjustment occurred at the beginning of this year. Those adjustments have been conservative in light of current inflation, but they've actually been fairly consistent with historic inflation as it relates to transportation construction. Transportation impact fees are a way for new development to mitigate their impacts to the overall transportation system. The updated fee is based on the roadway capacity needs between today and 2050, and the update is based on the most recent and localized data. Before COVID hit, inflation for transportation ran at anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5% a year. Since COVID, at a national level, it's run upwards to 15% a year. At a state level, upwards to 25% a year. When we did this last update in 2018, the cost per mile for the plan was roughly $7 million. Today, or per mile, this update, it's $15 million per mile. So it's essentially doubled during the 6-year period. The 2025 cost could have been even higher, except that we did not assume any right-of-way additionally would be needed for the projects. We also looked at some of the factors that go into constructing and designing roadways and lowered some of those from the 2018 study. All the data sources that we've used since 2018 have been updated. The Household Travel Survey, which addresses travel length, trip generation manual, the regional travel demand model, our capacity tables, all the factors that we look at have been updated, and those have been, they have had some impact in the overall calculations itself. We do have two studies, technical report and the extraordinary circumstances. These will be updated to reflect a date of June 2025. They will reflect the removal of US 1, the additional $25 million in funding, residential square foot, and then any additional direction you give us this evening. And I'm going to go through all the changes and their impacts since the workshop last Tuesday. One of the factors since we last adopted these was what's known as extraordinary circumstances. It was adopted by the legislature in 2021. Its intent is to limit increases for local governments who have not updated their fees in a number of years. It requires that any fee increase be limited to 50% above current rates, that any phase be phased in over 4 years, unless there's a finding of what's known as extraordinary circumstances. We've held 2 public workshops related to extraordinary circumstances, and while we believe the fee should be higher than the 50% statutory cap, it does require a supermajority vote of the elected officials to allow for adoption of rates greater than 50%. It does allow for alternative phase-ins of the updates, and the city could elect to adopt
the increase is over a multi-year period. As of January 1st of next year, the requirement for extraordinary circumstance will change from a supermajority to a unanimous vote, and then it'll automatically require that any increase is phased in over at least 2 years. There has been discussion amongst the legislature and a number of bills that have been proposed that may do away with extraordinary circumstance in the future. One of the factors that we look at is overall growth in population within the community. This does not have a direct impact in terms of the calculation of the transportation impact fee, but it is one of the factors we do look at because essentially growth in population will potentially lead to a growth in overall travel on the city's transportation system. Looking out to 2050, we project that there is going to be a fairly significant amount of growth on the city's roadway network, upwards to 800,000 vehicle miles of travel over that time frame. We've looked at the existing traffic at a system-wide level. There's some legal requirements that basically say when you have overcapacity segments and overcapacity networks, there's limitations in terms of what you can charge new development. Today, or based on 2023 conditions, the system does have adequate road capacity, so we'd not necessarily be charging developers for existing deficiencies. We looked at a number of roadway projects going out to 2050. They included Belterre Parkway, Matanzas Woods, Palm Coast, State Road 100, and up until the last workshop, it included a portion of US Highway 1. At the recommendation of the City Council, we were instructed to remove US Highway 1, so that has been removed from the overall list of roadway improvements. US 1's also been removed from the roadway capacity increase calculations in the technical report. It's been removed from the overall increase in capacity due to those new projects. And US 1 has also been removed from the roadway improvement cost. When we presented to you last Tuesday, the overall cost of the plan was roughly $157 million. The new cost of the plan is $124 million between now and 2050. In calculating the fees themselves for the transportation impact fee, as of last week, we had $25 million in funding. At the direction of the council, we've updated that to $50 million, and a portion of that would be assumed to come from the state of Florida for State Road 100, and that has resulted subsequently in a lower overall vehicle miles of capacity rate. And that's the rate that we use to determine what an individual land use's transportation impact fee would be. These are the calculations. Those have not changed since the last update. Again, there are 2 studies that are governing these overall calculations, and both will be updated to formally reflect those in addition to any other direction given this evening. When we last met, there was a single category for single-family detached uses, for vested single-family platted lots, for single-family attached, and for vested single-family attached. We've looked at the existing development patterns within the city, and there's a pretty clear break in terms of square footage for single-family detached homes of roughly 2,000 square feet. So roughly half of your existing units are under 2,000 square feet. Roughly half of them are above 2,000 square feet. So essentially, we looked at a threshold as that number, and so we kept the trip generation rate the same for single-family homes. At the last go-around, I think the overall increase was upwards to 135%. With the removal of US 1 and with the removal, or with the addition of the $25 million, that rates dropped to $6,000 for a single-family dwelling above 2,000 square feet. I believe it was up to $8,300 when we last met last Tuesday. For single-family units, 2,000 square feet or less, we have looked at a reduced trip generation rate. So those went from being upwards to $8,200 per dwelling unit down to $4,643 per dwelling unit, and that would represent a 33% increase over what it is today. When we last met on last week, that number would have actually been roughly 100% higher. For single-family vested, we also applied the greater than 2,000 or less than 2,000, and that's had a potential reduction. You'll see that some of those percentages are higher as you go down. One thing to keep in mind when you're starting from a lower base number, any increase is going to be a larger percentage as opposed to the actual dollar amount itself. So when you're starting at, for multifamily, when you're starting at $2,000 and you add $1,500 to it, $1,800 to it, it's a 92% increase. But you look at the difference between a single-family home of $3,500 and then $6,000, you're increasing that by $2,500, but it's only a 74% increase. So as you have a lower overall number, some of those percentages seem much higher compared to other land uses because you're starting off at a much lower base. I will pause for a minute. That is the direction that was given to us. If there are any other considerations for single-family homes, we'd be happy to consider those as part of this, or once we finish the presentation, any additional direction. One thing we did look at is the overall square footage and the number of units within the city. For single-family detached, the average is just over 2,000 square feet. For a townhome type of unit, it's roughly 1,600 square feet. For condos, it's 1,600 square feet per unit. And for villa type units and duplexes, it's roughly 1,200 square feet per dwelling unit. So those are the average residential square footages within the overall city. One of the requests was to come back with a comparison of other transportation impact fees, road impact fees, and also mobility fees. Not all municipalities collect their fees. Some rely on the counties to assess them, and they basically collect on behalf of the county. If they do end up collecting a fee, it may be relatively small compared to an overall size community like Palm Coast. So we tried to look at some of the other communities that are peer communities or around here. I would caution one thing with any type of comparison like this. We don't know necessarily when all the data was last collected, when it was last updated. We basically go by what was published or what they provide on their websites. Some of these, like Marion counties, hasn't been updated since 2015. Others were updated in 2021, like Flagler counties. It's relatively low compared to a lot of their peers. So the most immediate to you all, north and south, would be St. Johns County. Their road impact fee was last updated in 2018. And for a comparable 2,000 square foot dwelling unit, their fee is roughly $10,000 for that unit. Clay County updated theirs in 2024. It's roughly $7,400. Volusia County's is $5,400, was last updated in 2023. They are looking at doing an update in the next year or two of theirs. So you'd see that the updated fee related to the $6,000 for greater than 2,000 square feet and the $4,600 for less than 2,000 square feet is fairly compatible with what other communities are adopting in the portion of Florida in and around the city. Again, not all communities have fees, and not all communities are necessarily growing as quickly as you all are. In terms of the institutional land uses, these are the percentages that they're going to increase. On average, I'd say there's roughly a 50% upwards to a 60% reduction in the overall percentage across the board with removing US 1 and with adding the $25 million. One thing to keep in mind, the way the calculation works is it's based on a number of roadways to give you an average cost. So when you remove a US 1, you remove that dollar value, but you also remove the increase in capacity from that roadway. So it's not a one-to-one relationship in terms of when you remove a project. When you added the $25 million, that had a more significant impact in the overall reduction of the fees themselves. When the prior numbers, none of the land uses were lower than 50%. Not a single one. They were all well above 50%. With the reduction, you have several now that are below the 50% threshold. Some of them are as low as 25%. So it's had anywhere from a 50% to a 65% reduction in terms of where we are, where we were on Tuesday of last week. For industrial uses, these rates have come down as well. These are the overall projected increases. Again, none of these rates were below 50% in the last study. For recreation uses, the actual underlying trip length data has gone up pretty significantly since the last go around, so that's why these fees tend to be a little bit higher than some of the other categories. Office, I believe, was approaching $10,000, almost $11,000 as of last week. It's down to $7,300 per 1,000 square feet. The multi-tenant retail was approaching $12,000 per 1,000 square feet. It's now down to $8,200 per 1,000. And as you see, all these rates for the retail are roughly in the 50% range. These were all over 100% prior to your direction. In terms of the retail rate, how does it compare versus other the same peer communities that we looked at in the other study? The rate would be $8,222 per 1,000 square feet. Alachua County, which was updated pretty recently, was $14,000 for that same type of residential. Clay County, to the north of y'all, is roughly $20,000. St. Johns County is much lower, but they actually made a policy decision to reduce it by 50% and then find other funding to offset that. So that's actually specific to retail. In St. Johns County, they are talking about updating their fee, and some of the preliminary numbers I've seen in terms of updating, they appeared to be removing that incentive for retail. Volusia County, it's $6,300 per 1,000 square feet. So it varies really, again, depending on how lately or long ago the study was last updated. And for the other retail components that tend to generate a little bit higher level of trips, these rates have all come down. Some of them, below 25% threshold with the update of the funding and the removal of US 1. And then the other factors have also come down as well. We did do a study for a summary of extraordinary circumstances. We looked at growth in the community, growth as it relates to the state of Florida, the impact of inflation on the overall plan, the anticipated funding as part of this, and then some of the other factors that go into the increase. The city has historically grown faster than the state of Florida over the past 30 years. I've been using as a metric, Florida is one of the fastest growing states in the country. And if you're growing faster than Florida, there's a pretty good chance you have extraordinary growth in your community. And Palm Coast is one of those communities. Looking forward out into 2050, will the city continue growing faster than the state of Florida? The state's projected to grow by roughly 22% between now and 2050, and the city of Palm Coast is projected to grow roughly 50%. So the city is continuing to have significant growth in population. We looked at the overall cost of inflation relative to the plan itself. In 2018, the overall cost of the plan was $161 million. That funded 22 miles of roadway at roughly $7.3 million a mile. In 2025, the overall length of improvements is a little over 8 miles. The cost of that is $124 million, and that's roughly $15.3 million a mile. So that's essentially a 110% increase over where we were in 2018. At the statewide level, inflation's gone up fairly significantly during that time as well, and the state itself has increased by roughly 123% inflation during that time frame. At the national level, which includes a lot of slower growth areas in the country, historic inflation rates for transportation were less than 1% a year from 2008 to 2018. They've gone upwards to 13.5% a year, almost 80% since the study was last updated. So that's, an extraordinary circumstance in terms of inflation. It has had a major impact on the overall increase of the cost of roadways, both within Palm Coast and throughout the state of Florida. As part of the overall funding strategy, we looked at ways to potentially offset some of the increased cost. One of those factors we looked at is increase in the anticipated funding from other sources. The city's roughly gotten an average of $700,000 per year over the last 10 years from state and federal sources, from earmarks, from one-time type of events. We anticipated as the community grows, that number could go upwards to $1 million, which would provide $25 million in funding. And then per your direction last week, we included an additional $25 million from FDOT towards State Road 100. And finally, some of the variation in the percentage increases from land use to land use happen to be because of just all the underlying data itself that we look at to update fees has all been updated since 2018. So this has had an impact in the overall cost of the fees. So as we presented last week, the City Council has a couple options. They could accept the technical report and then limit the increases to 50%, and then phase in those increases over a 4-year period. Now you actually have several land uses that are below 50%, so a few of those would actually be phased in over a 2-year period. You actually directed us to take the second step last week to amend the list of road improvements, to identify additional funding, and as we had mentioned before, an increase in funding has a direct impact to the overall impact fee rates. The US 1 removal and the $25 million resulted in roughly a 50% decrease in the calculated rates. The other option was to include the technical report at the overall calculations and phase those in, or to accept them at 100% of the cost and to adopt those at a single time. Just in conclusion, with the report, the city has grown faster than the state of Florida. It will continue to grow faster than the state of Florida. This city has experienced significant inflation that's been reflected at both the state level and the national level. The city has made efforts to help offset some of that increase by identifying roughly $50 million of funding towards the overall cost of those improvements. And then the underlying factors that we look at have all changed. So each of those factors combined together has resulted in the increase in the overall fees. So I do recommend that you look at adopting the study based on the direction that you've given us. We will make those changes, and then we'll make any additional changes that you direct us to make this evening. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Fong.
In the current ordinance that we propose, it has an effective date, Section 7. Essentially, it stated that it will be effective immediately for developments where the impact fees will increase. The developers must pay the impact fees that are applicable by September 17, 2025. That reflects the state legislation to provide 90 days. So if we adopt it on June 17, 90 days out, it would be September 17. We also included in red, unless the developer obtain a building permit before April 1st, 2026, in which case the lesser fees will apply. The reason we included that, because in 2018, we did include that for those who are already in the pipeline. We allow them on 6 months if they are already in the pipeline in order to pull building permits. But if you, as a city council, may remove that and say just going to comply with the 90 days, that would be fine too. Then we'll remove that from the ordinance. And with that, we basically, staff recommends that City Council approves Ordinance 2025, amending transportation impact fees, and accepts the technical report and the study to serve as the basis for the findings of extraordinary circumstances and adopt at the full calculated rate. So in this verbiage is that you have two options. You can adopt it based on the original technical report, which is basically prior to City Council's direction last week to add additional 25 million and also remove US 1. So you have those two options. Please let us know so that we can reflect that in the updated report by the second reading.
Can you go back one slide, Bong, please?
Yes.
That there, I'd look to strike that in red. I don't think we should have any leniency for 6 months for anyone.
Yes, sir.
Me
Yeah.
personally. And
Yeah.
go back to the one that had the 4 options. And you recommend that we go with the number 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any questions for Fong?
Go ahead. Yeah, yes. In making the changes that we asked for at the last meeting, when we did the square footage on the houses, the two rates based on 2,000 square feet or under or above, when you applied that, how much additional cost did that cost over the long term? Or were you able to even that out somehow? In other words, you're going to get less money for the under 2,000 square foot houses than you for over 2,000. Just that change alone, did that have an impact on the total amount of money we would expect or estimate year by year?
Based on the number, the historical number is at 50% at that threshold. So basically, you will have a shortfall of about 50% in collection fees.
How much percent?
About 50% reduction.
That one.
He's saying the old way of calculating it. Correct, Fong? The old way is typically 50%.
It should be.
Right, if we don't split the residential and keep it the same, then we would basically collect at the correct suggested amount. But if we split that, we're gonna basically collect at a 50% reduction, because based on historical development, you have about 50% of bill less than 2,000 and 50% of bill more than 2,000.
But that's just for that category.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Not the whole.
The gross impact fee receipts are projected to be exactly the same between all the categories, correct?
Well, Based on the.
Based on our estimate, I'm not,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't
That-
predict the future of
That's
how
correct,
many
yes,
houses
sir.
will be built this size versus another. But based on historical percentages, that's the break point of 50%.
Yes.
And so we adjusted the amounts for each one so that the overall gross impact fee receipts should be the same as the original total, right? Does that make sense?
If you split it, you will not have the same.
We say no.
Yeah, you would not collect the same amount, basically.
So why would the numbers not be adjusted so that they would then
Well, what we looked at is we.
receive the same
we
amount?
We kept the top rate the same. We just lowered we kept, essentially a single-family home generates roughly 10 trips per 1,000 square feet on average. So we reduced the one below 2,000, but we didn't increase above 2,000. If we increased the percentage above 2,000 and then, kept the rate below, that would be a wash.
Yeah, I
There
think
would be-
that's what I was expecting
There would be
was-
no net increase.
That's not what they've done.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, the direction we kept that top one. I didn't necessarily know that you wanted to increase it, but if we did that, it would be the exact same. There would be no net impact between the two of those. It's a relatively simple calculation to make. We just kept that number as our top line number.
So essentially, we're giving a discount on impact fees for smaller homes.
Correct.
But I don't know how can we legally do that, though? Because I think we specifically asked about being able to distinguish between what we're charging for commercial versus residential, because everybody up here said we don't want to hurt our commercial development through an influx of high impact fees. And I think the direction was that you can't. So how is it that legally we can do this?
Well, I mean, in terms of trip generation, we essentially treated a 2,000 square foot home similar to what a townhouse would be, which is what roughly your rates would be. That's how we addressed that, because it would have a lower trip generation at the 2,000 square foot or less. Above 2,000, we just kept it the same. So it's not that we just randomly, arbitrarily did it. We essentially said that by doing this and looking at a lower square footage, you're essentially have the same trip generation rate comparable to that of a townhome. So your rate would be lower on that. There's a couple of different, I typically, how I do all my residential rates is I base them on a straight per square footage. So if you're 500 square feet, you pay for 500. If you're 5,000 square feet, you pay for 5,000. One thing we did in this analysis, we look at the number of bedrooms per 500 square foot increment. And in a growing suburban community, you would expect to find that as your homes get larger, your number of bedrooms increase. And that's, everything in Palm Coast is exactly that straight line. So as your units get bigger, the number of bedrooms increases. As the number of bedrooms increase, so do the number of overall trips. So one other factor you could look at, instead of having the distinction between the two of them, is just say, we're gonna charge a flat rate per square foot, and then whatever the square footage is, that's how much you pay. That's one thing that we do in a lot of communities. When you make a threshold, that's not how the trip generation manual is established. There is no 2,000 square foot threshold. We looked at the data from the community. At those type of homes, you're talking about something more in line with a townhouse. Above that, you could probably increase it by 1.5% or so. You can't just raise the single family increase exponentially.
But we are, and excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we are adjusting our calculations based on the assumed number of residents living in those, right? So we're dividing all this cost amongst how many new residents we project to have based on this. So smaller houses have less people, right? So there is some impact there.
There is, and that's why I lowered it. I mean, there is a legitimate case to be made that as your units get smaller, they have fewer overall trips. What we didn't do is we didn't do the inverse. As you get larger, I mean, you can make that claim if that's the direction. There's a limit to it. unless you go just per straight square foot. If you do that, there's a pretty strong correlation, and I've done it in a number of communities. And as you get higher and higher, it tends to level off. So I think you have a couple of dwelling units above 5,000 square feet, but there's like 50 in the whole city. So it just naturally decreases itself at a certain level. So that's one other option. Or if you direct us to say we want the above 2,000 to offset the increase or the decrease from below 2,000, we can make that change as well. Your percentage is probably going to go upwards to about 90% increase versus a 73% increase. Roughly.
Yeah, I think when we looked at it with the information that Fawn gave us late in the meeting last week, it was 87, something like that.
86.
Yep.
86. Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple questions. Are you guys done?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to recap to make sure we're all on the same page, okay?
Yes, sir.
So prior to last week's workshop, just for single-family detached, just the general categorization on your fancy sheet here, which I'm referencing quite a bit, it was 137% increase.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Based on the guidance that you received from this council last week, it came down overall for both those categories to about 86%. Okay, and so now you're saying that because of the guidance that was received, thank you for pulling up that slide, we are for single-family detached greater than 2,000 square feet, it's at 74%, so less than 86, right? And for those that are less than 2,000 square feet, we're talking 33%. Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Last week, you remember the yellow column?
Right.
That was basically based on a funding of about 53.5 million. But now you basically based on a 74 million in funding. So that's why it's lower than the 86%.
That was my question.
Yes.
Why the difference? And then lastly, what, the pending legislation in the legislature, does anybody have an update to us on where that's at? Because I know it's been kind of going back and forth. Do we have a?
Yes, we looked at it. Our counselor can provide an update as well, but the only remaining legislation, the bill, is Senate Bill 1080, is engross and enroll. Basically, that is going to be effective date based on that is October 1st, 2025. And that will kick in the basically unanimous vote and require us to phase it in.
One thing we've actually found, it's a complicated bill, and you actually look at the preamble text of it, which goes on and on and on. There's this one little section that says, even though the bill goes into effect this date, that provision is January 1st of 2026. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, so reviewing the bill late this evening, he is correct. There's a portion of the bill that says that the language that's going to impact this particular area with the impact fees does not go into effect till January 1st, 2026. The rest of the bill goes into effect October 1st.
Okay. I think last week in our workshop, we hammered through this and trying to find, what's a reasonable place. And then we, as a council, we made we came to a consensus on what is, what things aren't we going to do, right? And so we took out the US 1 piece and then the additional funding piece. And I think it's getting the percentages back to, or closer to 50%, in some cases even lower. Again, one of my biggest concerns is, a new couple getting started out in life, or a new individual getting started out in life, and the housing affordability down the road. And so I think we moved the needle quite a bit from where we started, which was at 137% to where we're presenting now based on some of the decisions that we, and guidance that we gave last week. So I appreciate your analysis. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, so the only question that I had was, and I just want to confirm, in the project costs that we included in this report, those are today's dollars, right? We did not take into account the cost of inflation in these projects, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to start by saying I really appreciate all the work that this council did last week at the workshop, because I agree with you, Councilman Gambaro. We have a lot of interests that we have to balance here, and workforce housing, student housing, housing for our elderly, all of those things are really important. It's our duty to sustain the level of service that our residents enjoy without increasing taxes to the current residents. It's also our duty to ensure growth is paying for itself, while at the same time ensuring we're not pricing young families, outpricing some of our elderly, and that we're not discouraging commercial growth, which I think everybody on this council is committed to making sure we are increasing and incentivizing and encouraging. With that said, I'm still not happy with where we are in this report. And I feel terrible because of the work that this council did, but I will tell you, because of some of the research that I have done today, yesterday, when we've gotten updated numbers very rapidly, I'm still not happy with where we're at, and here's why. First, the rate of inflation is not worked into these costs. So I want to see it, especially after what we just went through since 2020, today's dollars, to me, when we're trying to project the costs of our future, they don't mean much. I want to see what these projects are projected to cost 3 years from now and 4 years from now. And those are the figures that we should be basing our future on. And I know that that's hard because none of us have a crystal ball, but we do have some historical data that we can base this on. And I don't think that we would be prudent and be doing our jobs if we didn't engage in that analysis. I know we did that for fire and we did that for parks and rec. So we should be doing it for transportation, particularly when we're saying that we have extraordinary circumstances because the cost of road construction has gone up 40%. If that's the claim, then why are we going to make the same mistake again? Let's plan for it. So I would like to see what the numbers do if we're looking at these same projects with the future dollar costs. I also want to see, so during the last impact fee study, we anticipated more money from the state than what we actually got. So I know that up here we had talked about increasing the anticipated dollars we would get from the state because of State Route 100 and because we know it's a project on TPO's list. The problem is it's been a project on TPO's list and we haven't gotten the money for it yet. And so I'm very nervous about taking that leap. Additionally, I see in the presentation that we've been getting on average $700,000 a year. I don't think that we should really be projecting more than that at this point. So again, I know I was a part of the consensus last week to say, hey, it makes sense if we've got State Route 100 in this list of projects to also throw in anticipated monies for State Route 100. But I think we might be doing ourselves a disservice based on historically what we have actually received from the state. So I would prefer us to get $700,000 a year over the next 25 years, which comes out to $17.5 million. And again, put that in as the figure to see where those numbers fall at that point. The last issue that I have is really with the tiered system. I believe wholeheartedly in the tiered system. I think we need to be very mindful of police, firefighters, teachers, city workers, so many essential workers, nurses, students. We need to be mindful of those folks and not outprice them in our community. They should be able to live, work, and play here too. The problem is we are using a 2,000 square foot house, and I think that that's based on the county, right?
No,
it's
it's
based on the city?
It's the 50%, right?
Is it the city? Because I heard it was the county at one point.
It's based, these are, and property appraiser data, some of it around the edges, is a little bit difficult, but these are roughly the units within Palm Coast, total overall heated square footage.
Okay.
And these are the average size units within the city of Palm Coast.
Okay. So at one point I heard that they were county. So if that's the case, then maybe we could reconsider that. But I will tell you, The average in the state of Florida is a little over 1,600 square feet. So I'm wondering if 2,000 is a bit high for that starter home. Even if you think about some of the townhouses, I think there was a mention of a townhome using that as a kind of data point for trips. Townhomes, a lot of them are not, they're sub 2,000 square feet. We've approved many of them up here that are sub 2,000 square feet. So if that's really what we're trying to help, if we're trying to help that starter home, I don't know that 2,000 square feet should be that threshold. I do think that it should be a little bit lower, particularly if you look at the average household in the state of Florida is 2.57 people and 1.94 kids. That's about a 3.2. That's not a 2,000 square foot home most of the time. So I just don't know that the data's there yet. And my concern is that not only is it our job to make sure that we're paying for growth and that we're also balancing it with all these other interests, that we're encouraging commercial, that we're not killing small businesses, but it's also to make sure our position is legally defensible. Because what we are doing is we are saying we have extraordinary circumstances. So we're going to go over that 50% threshold and we're not going to phase it in. So we have to make sure that we are buttoned up every which way from Sunday on this. And I just don't think we're there yet.
Vice Mayor, yeah, go ahead.
Just 2 points, because they're along the same lines. I thought when we went over 50% for extraordinary circumstances, we could not include inflation at that point. I thought somebody said that.
No, so you're correct, Councilman, but what they were saying is if we do that, we can't then continue to increase the fee. But what my point was, in the project costs, they did not anticipate for inflation and what the projects would cost.
Okay, but,
Yeah.
okay, I just wanted.
That they can
I
do.
did remember that.
So currently, we have like an automatic inflation
And
increase.
And the second point is, I really think the square footage method may be the safest way to go.
Could be.
Because it accounts for everything, you know, in other words, trying to come up with that perfect square footage of little to big and is really hard. I don't know if that's a lot more complicated to do it that way, but I wouldn't think so. It's just numbers.
We don't know. We haven't seen it. I don't know.
But I would think that, and it might be closer to what we had. In other words, remember the first question I asked about how much do we lose this way? Maybe if we don't go pure square footage, it would be a
No,
less
it
of
should
an
be the
impact.
same amount then.
Yeah, you should end
Overall
up-
gross receipts,
Right
yeah.
on. Kind of your point. So those are my 2 points.
Yeah, thank you for that. And obviously I'm one person, so I want to hear what you all think, but like I said, I'm just nervous about taking this leap right now with what I think are some pretty important questions that we still need to find the answers to. So, thank you.
On the construction costs, I mean, it's hard to predict, right?
Well, it is, but we haven't predicted anything.
Well, and let me ask you this, gentlemen, with regards to the increase for inflation like we have been doing in the past. If these ordinances are passed before this new law goes into effect, is that a tool that we could use
We certainly could,
to account for some of those project costs?
yeah, we could certainly add the inflationary to the cost for all the project, for the improvement of the projects, right? The hard part of it is that what is the inflationary percentage that we're going to use? So historically, what we would do is we would take into account at least a 10-year window in order to average it out and then project it forward. That will be more legally defensible than if you just take the last 3 years and then and use that average. So if city council would want us to add the cost, the inflationary cost for that, we could certainly do it. We'll do it the proper way, at least a 10-year average.
So are you saying we can add the CPI to it over time?
Yes, sir.
Or not?
Yes,
We can include it in the estimate, but not make it an automatic increase.
Not automatic increase every year because, the current law prohibits from doing that.
Mayor, they're only including it in the projections for the cost.
Correct,
Yeah.
right.
Be built in.
Correct.
Yeah. I just had one thing to say in regards to your comment about the additional funding. To me, that's fine if we want to remove the additional funding, but then we should remove 100 as well, because that's not our road. And unless we're saying that we plan on just 6-laning 100 at the city's cost, which I don't, we'd have to find that money. That's $107 million, I think, in this plan.
I gotta be working that.
So the question is if we are going to take on the responsibility of 6-laning it because we don't believe in FDOT or the TPO and getting that funding to us, then that's fine. We don't have any additional funding, and we include all these costs in our calculation. But if we're either going to wait for the long-range plan to become the short-range plan, which understandably I don't think that that's sustainable, then that means they're covering all of the costs. Or we would be eligible for possibly a TRIP grant, which would be 50% of the cost if we want to accelerate that timeline. So that's kind of where that number, and 25 million for that is far below. That's actually 24%, 23 point something percent.
Are you referring to State Road 100 or US 1? Because they're on here. it's
100.
100 is separate from US 1, so that's what's been removed.
I'm aware, the vice mayor is saying that she would like to remove the additional funding for 100. And what I'm saying is either TPO will pay for all of it very long from now, or 50% closer than very long from now, but not 0%.
Well, I know, so, and I'm trying to find it, but staff had sent me the amount that State Route 100 is costing right now, the improvements. I think
It's
it's
about
around 15,
16 million, 16, and that's for the resurfacing, adding the pedestrian sidewalks and some additional turning lanes.
So is that a more realistic? I'm just trying to get from a base of realistic, reasonable data that are not just arbitrary numbers.
Well,
That's my concern.
So that's a milling and resurfacing. This projected project
agree.
is a 6-lane, right? So we'd have to.
6 and 4 lanes. And 8
You'd have to project what the cost is for adding a lane versus milling and resurfacing. So that's where I'm getting at. So either it's a shared project between us and TPO, or it's not. But we can't say we're going to bear all the costs, but then rely on TPO to move that ball down the field.
Through the mayor, may I propose something? Instead of using the inflation number to build in for the cost, it would be more defensible if we basically reduce the $17.5 million potential grant from DOT and TPO to offset that. The reason I'm saying that is right now, State Road 100, it is basically scheduled in the DOT work program in year 2035 through 2050 for approximately $12.5 million. So in the next 10 years, possibly we would get about $12.5 million for 100. So the anticipated revenue coming from the TPO and DOT is going to be well less than using the 700,000 on an annual basis for the next 25 years. So I would suggest that in order to offset that, we would use today's cost estimate, but we would reduce the portion that coming from the TPO. And that will automatically increase the cost to where it's supposed to be.
So would that just be for 100, or are you saying for everything?
For the anticipated 25 million, now you have suggested to 17.5 million. We maybe want to lower that even, because that is a funding that we anticipate, so that will reduce the bottom line. You remember the table? That you're looking at 157 million and then minus 25 million. So the assignable cost is 134 million. So now if we reduce that 25 million, then the assignable cost for the calculation would increase beyond that 134 million.
So.
And that will increase the cost for each land use. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
I got it, I know you.
No, look, I mean, like I said, I want us to be working from a base of realistic facts that we can actually plan with.
Right.
And if that's what you're advising we can actually plan with, and that's more realistic, i.e. legally defensible, then I think that that's the direction that we take. And then would we also, at the same time, look at the price per square footage rather than, is that something else that we could also do if that's the direction? I don't know if that's the direction of council.
I went back to look at our old house, our first house here, built in '03. We moved in '06. It was a 3.2. Our square footage, total square footage was 1632.
Yeah.
And that's a small 3.2.
We were 4.2 at just under 1,800.
Yeah, I mean, that's more, for a starter home, that's more
It
common.
was tight with 4, but.
So can we drop that from 2,000 down to lower 1,800? Do we need to do that? or-
1,800. But the question is, does that take a certain analysis, or should we just see where the numbers fall based on the square footage?
Footage is, to me,
I have no problem with it.
The more rational, the data supports increasing it just based on square footage. I mean, if you pick a threshold, it's just an arbitrary number.
Right.
If you look at the square footage, the data supports it.
And
So smaller square footage pays, has fewer people, fewer trips, it would pay lower. Larger square footage, more people, more trips, would pay higher. The data we already have that we calculated as part of the update we just did, it supports it. What it doesn't support is any threshold is a threshold number. It's, you're taking an arbitrary number and saying it's less than or higher than this. The data supports per square foot.
So we're saying just strike the smaller and just get rid of that completely and just have the square footage. That's
So
it.
the next time you'll come around, you would see a single-family detached per square foot. So then you just basically take the dollar amount times the square footage, and that's it. So everything that you're talking about, it addresses. So if you do a 1,400 square foot house, you pay less. If you do 1,600 less, as you get a little bit higher, you start to incrementally
I think that
pay a
achieves the
little more.
goal that we're trying to achieve with helping with these,
Affordable housing.
workforce housing.
Well, it's essentially like we talked about with consumption. You choose the size of your home, right?
That's exactly
So-
right, yeah.
You choose your budget. So what do we need to move forward, City Attorney? What do we need to guidance we need? Do we need to vote on this? Open it up to public comment, vote, have a motion, vote? With the
Do we do a motion, or are we giving direction to staff to come back? Because I don't even
This
know
is
what
the
we'd be
first reading.
voting on.
First reading.
Yeah, the first reading, you also need to make a motion to adopt that. And the adoption, as staff would recommend, is based on the funding to offset that. I would suggest what is in the 2035 already appropriated or allocated is basically come out to be about 500,000 a year. So it's 12.5 million that we can basically anticipate from DOT instead of the 25 million. And then I would recommend that you adopt what is been under the direction of the City Council from last week, to basically remove US 1 and basically, but do not add another $25 million to it.
Okay. And we can strike that would give that 6-month grace period also, right?
Yes, and then with the effective, right.
What's that?
That would need to be in the motion, so it would need to be agreed on, get second, but that would have to be part of the motion.
Okay.
how do we handle the square footage piece? That would be something you would come back to us with.
Well, part of the direction.
Part of the second.
That's part of it, that would also.
Part of the
have to be
direction
part of
that
the
you have to
motion
provide
check.
that to us, yeah.
All right, can we just review the bidding to make sure we're clear? All right, can you back brief us? Well, let me make sure I understand and let me know if I'm right. First of all,
We would remove the improvement of US 1.
per our guidance last week.
That's
Okay.
correct. We would not increase the additional 25 million, but we basically only anticipate 12.5 million, and that would be it.
Versus
50 million.
Okay.
Right. And third, then we would ask you to give us direction relating to the residential based on square feet.
Okay.
And then remove the 6 months for projects that are in the pipeline, and only go with state required for the 90-day waiting period.
So there's still, it's not immediate, it's still 90 days after passage.
Still 90 days,
Okay.
that's correct, right?
Okay.
I have a question, though. So okay, never mind, because commercial's already per 1,000 square feet, so there's no change there.
Correct.
I will say that based on this plan, I was very pleased with the drop in some of the commercial. I looked at some of the personal services, those are your small businesses, the daycare, those types of things. I think we really helped in that regard.
Those are going to change, though, if we remove the additional
If you
funding.
remove the funding.
Little bit, yeah.
Those
They'll
will
change quite a bit, because it changed quite a bit south. Talking about that, we also include Old Kings Road in our projected projects. Is that correct?
No, we did not include.
It's not included in there?
No,
Okay.
it's not, yeah.
I wonder why, are we planning on doing 100 ourselves?
I don't think we'll ever plan to do 100 ourselves.
Right, so
We did- I mean,
it'll
it's
be
really just-
additional
just
funding is what
going
I'm
on
saying.
right
So if
now
we're
is all
including the
being
costs
paid
in our
for.
calculation of costs, and we're not going to fund it,
It's a state road.
Is it a cost share?
well, what I'm saying, the trip grant program is 50% cost share. So that's where I came up with that number. So if we're going to push it up and take on 50% of that cost, then 50% is funded by them.
All right, so can we get a motion so we can?
Well, hold on, I think we need to understand that. I mean, that's important. So I think we talked last time about 100. We were talking about the pressure point right now is really Bulldog Drive to 95.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? So I think at the very least, that's got to stay in. That's the 23 million.
As in, we'd be willing to partially fund it if we could get it done quicker.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And then, was it Palm Coast city limit to Bulldog Drive or I think it was that one, not the Old Kings to Colbert, right? Because the Old Kings to Colbert, I think we still got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
That's in the outer years, right? The segment that we are looking at is from Belterre to Old Kings Road. More critically, from Bulldog to Old Kings Road.
So maybe we take out the Old Kings to Colbert, take
The
that.
two outside portions.
Keep it at 12.5 million, take out the Old Kings to Colbert and focus on that hot spot of Bulldog to 95, that Bulldog area. Does that make more sense?
Yeah,
I'm
think
good
that
with it
makes
either
sense.
way. My whole point was we can't include the cost of these and then not anticipate any
That
additional
makes
funding.
sense. I think that makes perfect sense. That's why.
So if we're removing portions, then we're no longer, attributing the full share of that to us, right? So that makes sense.
Right.
And then if we are including it and we're saying we're going to fund some of this, then that makes sense. And that's where that 12.5 million comes into play. Sure. I have no idea how this is going to affect the numbers, but.
Can we get someone to make a motion?
Well, I'll make the motion to approve this reading of the ordinance with the 4 changes that we've talked about and that Fong laid out. Do you want him to go over it again, or?
Yes, please.
For the record, please make sure they're very specific.
Okay, Fong, please review the 4 items for us.
Okay.
First,
So we will review US 1, from Whiteview Parkway to Espanola, from the calculation.
right,
Yeah.
per our guidance, last
For
portion.
your guidance. Number 2, that we remove the 50 million, but we will add, in replacing that 12.5 million potential funding from DOT and TPO.
Okay,
Yeah. And then the third one is that we're gonna look at residential based on square feet.
footage.
Yeah, to afford the fees.
okay,
Yeah. And then the third one is that you're gonna remove in the ordinance under section 7 effective date, remove the allowance for the 6 months for projects in the pipeline. And only abide by the state statute for the 90-day notice. Yeah.
okay. Did we miss anything?
And then it was just these projects that we were talking about.
Removal of State Route 100 from Old Kings to Colbert.
Right, that has to go in there
Oh,
too.
you would like to remove that as well?
That's what we were saying, otherwise, because if we removed a lot of that state funding, then we were saying that it would also be more reasonable to remove Old Kings to Colbert unless we actually plan on doing that project, which I don't think anybody up here plans on doing that project.
So in addition to removal of the US 1 improvement, you will remove also State Road 100 from Old Kings Road to Colbert?
Right.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I move approval of this reading of this ordinance with those 5 amendments that we've all discussed.
That's the motion.
Second.
Got a second? Okay, any further discussion on the dais?
What I hope not.
We'll open
Second,
we'll
no.
open it up to public comment. Anyone that wants to come forward with these changes? Yes, Mr. Amaral.
Good evening. Tony Amaral, City of Palm Coast. Thank you for all the work you guys are doing in this. I really appreciate it. But this is what happens when we try to rush a passing of an ordinance before it's time. We are literally at the first reading, and I'm doing math in my chair and scratching and changing and scratching and changing and scratching and changing, and then we wonder why the residents of Palm Coast ask, what happened, why did it happen, and then have, complaints about it. Even with what I understand would be my, the latest numbers, number one, I don't even see why we're doing State Road 100. That is not our road. But even with the subtractions and everything else, we still have roughly $55 million just for State Road 100. Based on what I've heard from Councilman Miller, we should expect roughly half of that if we decide to push it and take on the project ourselves, but yet we're still reducing the amount we plan on receiving to roughly half of what we should expect. The math is not mathing. The process we're going through is creating confusion. If it's confusing for you up there on the dais with thousands of papers, I'm sure, imagine us as the resident here trying to keep up with it. We need to slow down. We are rushing every one of these increases for some reason that just doesn't sit well with people. And it doesn't sit well because at your first reading, you are literally making extreme changes to the process, to the amounts. We don't even know what this is gonna cost still. So I encourage you to maybe take a breather, get the numbers, and then have a meaningful conversation. This whole process has been behind the 8 ball. Information has been late getting out. Reports have not been coming out. Your impact fees have not been transparent because the information is coming. There were 2 public workshops held. The first one where information was like less than 48 hours being made to some of the public. Your second one where there was changes and the numbers still hadn't come out. So please, let's just focus on doing the residents' will in a timely manner, but not in a rushed manner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Long.
Good evening. As Mr. Emerald said, Anna Marie Long, Executive Officer, Flagler Home Builders Association, Palm Coast resident for 35 years. As Mr. Emerald stated, I really appreciate you guys' work in the workshop on last Tuesday. Super hard work, and staff was great in getting the information back to you. But what did you guys just vote on? Truly, what numbers did you vote or are you currently voting on, I should say? What what's the math? What is it? What's the effect on the incoming residents or the current residents who build a new house? We don't know. You don't know. That's important. My main point in speaking to you this evening is to reiterate that there are no extraordinary circumstances. This growth, this level of growth, this historic level of growth, as was stated, was accepted in the 2020 studies. It matches the projections perfectly, almost to a Nostradamus level. We're just a couple thousand short of it in residents. And the other thing would be the historic construction costs that have been brought up multiple times. The 2018 transportation ordinance, it's 2018-10, on page 15 provides for the FDOT increases every year, which should have been getting done by the city. Construction costs are up across the country, across the state. The generally accepted definition of extraordinary are unforeseen, they are typically unique to an area, would be something like a disaster or an influx of people that was specific to our area that nobody else has experienced. As the consultant stated himself last Tuesday, he's doing the same studies throughout the state, and they're also experiencing the same construction cost increases, but he's not recommending extraordinary circumstances for every municipality. So that tells you right there, that alone is not enough. And we've already seen the data that shows that this population growth was not only expected, but accepted by the city council in 2020. And I know that's not you personally, so that's not a row at you guys, but it is fact and what the city was planning for. And that is all. I shall yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Ms. Darlene Shell. I forgot your name. I'd be honest.
Darlene Shelley, K-section. I agree with some of the comments that were made about that this was not the original plan that Palm Coast had set up. And it gets back to what I've been saying since 2019, that it is unfair to the residents of Palm Coast that they buy a beautiful home and put all kinds of money into fixing it up just the way they want, do all kinds of research on what's around it, thinking that it's agricultural, or thinking that, oh, this is an office-zoned area, and we're going to have maybe a doctor's office, or maybe something that the residents can utilize on a daily basis that would enhance their lives. And then, lo and behold, after many meetings behind closed doors at City Hall, the developers come over and they sell their wares and do their dog and pony shows, and, what promises are made, we never know. What kind of special exemptions they're getting for putting in the water that's required to do apartment complexes where it was supposed to be a small office building. That is putting the cart before the horse, and myself and others who are concerned with the safety, health, and welfare, and the well-being, and our property values, and all the things that made Palm Coast the reason that we came here to live with our families, with our grandchildren, that it was safe, and it was beautiful, and it had parks, and we had things on the books that were going to make it better. But then those that be from the pressures that you must receive at the City Hall, from the developers that want to take what they're entitled to and bring it up to the highest value that they can get from that property, that's just wrong, especially when you view it in a vacuum and you don't take into consideration all of the effects of those developments. When you go from 100 single-family homes, and now you're changing it to 450 apartment complexes. That changes the landscape. That changes the demand on the water. That changes the demand on the traffic. And that's not what we signed up for when we bought our homes here. So think about that. Now we're in a situation where you have to play catch-up. You know, we have the BJ's that's up, but we still don't have the turning lanes. We have no back way out. It is unsafe and it is poor planning, and it needs to end now. The developers need to pay for this infrastructure before they're allowed to develop. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. Robbie Barrick, Integrity Homes. I'm also the current president of the Home Builders Association. First off, I want to thank everybody for their hard work. I know you guys put a lot of time and effort and energy into this process. I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of Mr. Amaral as far as the rushing of this process. I didn't see anywhere on any of those slides where there's an expiration date on this city plan or on this study. It does seem awfully rushed, and you know, you guys are making changes on the fly, which is what a workshop is for and what this is all about. But trying to shoehorn this thing through in such a, you know, fast manner, it doesn't seem very well thought out. You know, if I'm building a house, you know, I plan it out, I go through the blueprints, I take my time, and I'm methodical about it. If you guys were building a house in this process, the thing would fall apart in a month. It's way too fast. You guys need to slow it down. Think it through, take out the stuff that needs to be taken out. Mr. Miller had a great point. Why are we paying for a state road? It's called a state road for a reason. That's the state's responsibility, not City of Palm Coast residents' responsibility, not my future client's responsibility when you're raising impact fees $12,000. You know, I can't afford as a business owner, a small business owner, to eat $12,000. You won't have Integrity Homes to build homes here anymore. You know, if there's not an expiration date on this, then why are we trying to speed it through? What's the underlying reasoning behind fast tracking this thing through? I say, you know, Ms. Pontieri and I talked several times about this. We're on the radio this week about it. She has very good points. I think I have very good points. There's no reason to speed this thing through. We should take our time, come up with a solid number. I'm in agreement with a 50% increase. I'll never fight that. But almost 137% increase in some issues. I mean, that is the plan and the study doesn't match up. And like Mr. Amaral said, the math isn't mathing. Well, why don't we take our time until we're all comfortable with the math and what we're actually spending the money on? Because we should not be funding 1 inch of the state road projects. That's the state's responsibility. And if they keep waiting for us to feel the pain long enough for us to step in and do their job for them, what's to stop that bleeding? They're just going to keep on doing it. Oh, well, they fixed it last time. Let's, wait till they're in enough pain. They'll keep fixing our stuff. But that's my opinion. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any closing comments from the dais?
I just want to respond really quickly. So, I said before a motion was made, I agree. I do think that we need to see where these numbers fall and then vote on it. And my concern is not with any particular speaker. It's with the fact that we have to legally defend this. I am very, very cognizant of this. I don't know what a difference 2 weeks will make. We workshop it, we see the numbers next week at the workshop, we vote on it in another week. It's literally 2 weeks to make sure that we are being able to defend this from a legal standpoint. Now, with regards to the funding, I believe what Mr. Fong was saying was that I had asked for us to include in the future project costs future dollars, what it will cost in future dollars. And rather than doing that analysis, we're dropping the contribution that we're anticipating from the state to the 12.5 to offset that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's why we landed at that's part of the reason we landed at the $12.5 million. I agree, State Route 100 isn't our job, but quality of life for our residents is. And as State Route 100 is getting busier and busier, and we're just waiting on FDOT, another really great example of what I'm tired of waiting on for FDOT is a stinking red light coming off the highway at Matanzas. We have been pressing and pressing and pressing and pressing. City staff is probably tired of me pressing to get a stinking red light so that somebody doesn't get killed coming off the highway. We're finally getting it, but like, it's a lot of work to get them to come in here and do things for us. And in the meantime, quality of life is going by the wayside. So I agree, we shouldn't have to step in and take care of State Route 100 in that one section, but we're going to have to, because it's been on the TPO plan for a while. They haven't done it, and I'm just not holding my breath. And I'm not going to make my residents continue to be in that jam if we can plan to fix it with impact fees, and with reasonable impact fees, because the previous increase, you're right, was 137%. Based on what we're showing right now, we're looking at 74% increase. Councilman Gambaro talks about an 86% increase. So we've moved, but I think that it is worthwhile to see where these numbers fall and just wait 2 weeks and do it the right way. And I think our residents do deserve that transparency as well, to understand the governance that is happening from this dais. 2 weeks, number one, is not going to make us miss the boat on the legislation, because we'll still make it underneath. Even if the bill changes in Tallahassee, we still beat it. We still beat that clock. So it's 2 weeks to make sure we get it done right. So I would advocate that that's what we do, but we move forward in this direction.
So are you asking for us to not vote on first read?
I would ask to table it. I would ask for the numbers to be worked by staff per our direction, per the 5 points that we've made that Councilman Gambaro and Fong clarified. Let's see where those numbers fall next week, and then the very week after, we can vote on it and have clarity to it. And our residents know what we're doing up here. And we know what we're doing.
But I think that's what we're doing with the 5 points and moving it forward this evening. This is not a final decision.
Legislating.
We have to keep moving it.
So that's the argument, is that just because we've made the changes, that's not the second read, so we're not finalizing anything. That still gives us another workshop to talk about it?
Well, no, I mean,
This is the first read.
this would be the first read. So if staff wanted to come back at the workshop with these figures for us and show us where they lay, so we know at next read if we need to make changes, then I'm fine with that. But to just go from this read to next read without seeing where we are in
No,
between.
I agree. I think we should see it at the workshop, right, in between.
So we vote now, we'll sit at the workshop, and then we'll do the second read. That's called legislating. We're legislating.
Well,
We
if
gotta
that's what
work
we're going to do, but that wasn't the direction.
Yeah.
The direction was not to bring it back at the workshop.
Well, we can sit at the workshop.
So,
There's nothing wrong
Joe, I'm
with
just
that.
going to chime in here. So the idea of this is that if you go to a workshop, you're not making any changes. The workshop it stays the same, because you can't make substantial changes at the workshop.
See, that's the problem. We can't
Right.
make substantial
And
changes.
then, but we've made changes to things in the past similar to the utilities, and that was not considered substantial.
Yeah, those were, I would say, those were minor things that did not affect the outcome of the thing. So like you didn't add any more increases or anything like that that would require proper notices. What I just want to make sure this dais is tracking is that, yeah, you could have Fong bring it back at the workshop, but it's going to be a discussion
Yes.
of just talking, no
Yes.
changes whatsoever.
And then we can make
Well,
a change
I
at the
think,
last reading.
well, that's what he's saying, is we can't make a change if we move forward with first read and then do a workshop after.
Yeah, because it would have
I want to
be-
make sure that we can continue to adjust it as we see fit. I don't want to lock ourselves in with these changes without knowing what those percentages look like, what anything looks like, because we've adjusted this formula, so there's going to be a shift in numbers. I don't know what it's going
Quite
to do.
frank, based on the square footage, I don't want the impact fee to go below $6,000 in the updated fee. And I don't know if it will or not. I just have no idea. And that makes me nervous because
Right,
we.
because we haven't seen the numbers, yeah.
Some people will pay 6 and some people won't.
Well, maybe. We don't know. We
Well,
literally don't know.
I mean, it's square footage.
And if we get to the second read and we have to make adjustments, then we'll renotice it and keep working forward. But
So
I
if
think
you
we
get
have
to the second read and you make adjustments, then you have to do 2 more reads.
Renotice it. I get it.
But that's 2 more business meetings.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
we could actually end up prolonging it unintentionally rather than waiting 2 weeks.
These
Or-
guys
or
are-
we just
that's
take a
what
pause.
These guys are advocating for is us to keep kicking it down the road.
No, but I don't want to inadvertently push it a month rather than only 2 weeks. That's the problem, because if we vote on it tonight, and then we end up having to make a substantial change, now we've pushed it a full month rather than just only 2 weeks.
And so, a question about the 2 weeks. The 90 days, that doesn't put us into any trouble?
No, so the 90 days is, it's the statute states that it's 9 days notice of the effective date. So we've already given notice that the impact fees are going to go up. So we're meeting that. I take it from what their discussion tonight, the impact fees aren't going up any higher, correct?
Pardon?
Based on the council's direction tonight, the impact fees aren't going up any higher?
Well, I mean.
Than what was originally
What was
noticed?
originally
The
noticed.
What was
137?
yeah, from the very first study, no, they wouldn't be
So
higher
yeah,
than
so,
that, but.
so you're
we're-
still under that 90 days from that first notice, so you're still meeting that threshold?
As long as we stay under what the original recommendation was, then we don't have to renotice.
Correct.
Okay.
So we move forward. Any other discussion from the dais?
Well, you have a motion on, so we have to pull that motion back.
We're not
No.
pulling anything. We're
So I
moving
think,
forward.
so based on Mr. Sullivan's comments, I think there might be some confusion here. So you need to have a discussion on saying if you want to move forward with this motion, or if you want to table, withdraw the motion and table this discussion to the next workshop.
Because if we make changes before the next read, we've now pushed it out another month rather than just waiting 2 weeks and only delaying it 2 weeks.
Vaughn, do you think with the direction you have, you'll have the product we want by the next read?
It's not the point, Mayor. That's not the point. The point is, if we get these new numbers at the second read, or even at the workshop, and we say, oh my gosh, this doing it per square footage dropped the residential transportation fee to below what we're looking at right now, which I don't think any of us want to do. And then we have to change it. That's going to require us to do 2 more reads, which is then going to push it out another month, rather than us just holding right now, looking at the numbers at the workshop, and then doing the first read at the next business meeting. Because that delay is only 2 weeks. But I am telling you right now, the chances of us getting numbers that we have no idea what they're going to look like, and saying, yep, everything is perfect, we don't want to make any changes, and then passing that on second read, I don't
I can
see
tell
that
I
happening.
already want to make changes to it.
Exactly, there you go. Leave it to the gator.
All
No,
right,
but
so here we
that's-
go. So I withdraw my motion.
Gentleman withdraws his motion. Mr. Miller?
I think I was
withdraw
the
your-
second.
You had the second.
You withdraw the
I
second?
withdraw the second.
All right, so we'll table it to the next workshop?
That needs to be a motion to table it.
I will table it, I will motion to table this first read to the next business meeting and ask staff to come back to us at the next workshop with the numbers as directed by the council.
Can we just confirm that the consultant can produce that? Because you didn't get the report today until today. So it requires extensive analysis. So are we able to provide information before the next workshop?
When you say workshop, you mean what we're doing right now? Because
Ne-
to me, this is the first
Tuesday.
reading.
Next week.
The 17th.
No, workshop would be next week on the 10th. That
Oh,
all the changes that they wanted today to see, an updated report would come back in front of them next week
At 6 p.m.
at 6 p.m.
Does that
Yeah,
work?
no, we can make that work. I mean, I had less than a week, and I've been on the road in hearings ever since last Tuesday, so, yeah, we could get that to the workshop. I mean, and we've already done a lot of the work, it's just putting that last piece together.
So you'd be able to have it back to us by Friday,
Wait, well,
this Friday?
It's got to be noticed.
Jesus, no, this Friday. Yeah, I can have it done. My meeting got canceled for tomorrow night, so I can have it on Friday.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the work you continue to do on this.
So we got a motion to table it until the next workshop next week.
Second.
We got a second. Public discussion? Any,
You don't need public comment for this.
Okay. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. We're moving on to item 7, ordinance. City Attorney?
We have another 2025 ordinance amending Chapter 29, impact fees. Article 4, Fire and Rescue Impact Fees, Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Coast to adjust rates based on a comprehensive study, including extraordinary circumstances study.
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, there was one comment that I wanted to capture from some of our residents tonight. I would ask for consensus from this council to maybe put like front and center where our residents can find these documents as soon as they're published. I know we do this, but I don't think it's getting out to everybody. And as we engage with our stakeholders, I think that would be very helpful. I've gotten phone calls like, hey, where do I find this? I'm like, right here and right there. And, you know, we're just trying to be as transparent as we can. And I think we're doing that, but for whatever reason, it's not. Maybe if we just front and center on our homepage, just so everybody can get access to the documents.
I can help answer that. The
Please.
full agenda packet is not ADA compliant, and to minimize our risk of a future lawsuit, we do not put it on our website, but it is available via public records request, so we're happy to provide it to whoever wants it, but the full packet is not ADA compliant at this time.
Okay. All right, so they have to do a public records request in order to attain it. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, City Attorney. You're good?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Eric Gibo, architect with the Stormwater and Engineering Department. I'm here with our consultant, Sean Ocasio with Raftelis, and to present some revised findings of the fire impact fee study that we presented last week. So I'll briefly discuss the background behind the development of the fee study, some projects in the CIP that were used in the analysis of the rate determination, and then I will turn it over to Sean to present the findings of the study. The fire department continually tracks call volume and response times and uses this information to assess and identify future needs. The city has adopted a level of service for the fire department to respond to a call within 7 minutes, 85% of the time. The response time is critical in severity of fire propagation and the survival rate after a cardiac arrest. The map on the left shows call volume and response times. The green dots are meeting the response times, while the other colors exceed the 7 minutes. The 10-year plan has identified new station locations to meet level of service, as well as providing a fire station within 5 miles, which will lower home insurance rates. At this point, I'd like to take you through the projects that evolved from the Fire Service's 10-year plan and response time study and what make up the basis for the rate study. New Fire Station 22 on Palm Coast Parkway replaces the existing fire station adjacent to the community center. The current 3,000 square foot station was built in 1977 and can no longer serve the needs of the fire department. Improvements and maintenance over time couldn't adequately address the functional and firefighter safety issues associated with the building. Additionally, customized apparatus was required due to the size of the bays. The 10,000 square foot station, located just east of the existing station, is currently under construction and is utilizing $3.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. It's scheduled to be completed early next year. New Fire Station 26. A fire station location study was performed in 2020 to determine the most effective site to achieve the required reduced response times. With anticipated development in the area south of State Road 100 and east of Belterre and the proposed extension of Citation Boulevard, a site was selected for the new Fire Station 26 to go on a site located on Seminole Woods Boulevard. As with 22, the project is currently under construction with completion in 2026. The project received $5 million in state appropriation. The study referenced in the previous slide also identified locations within the city that will experience increased response times due to the 10-year growth in the northern part of the city. In addition to the existing Fire Station 23, would increase the service capacity and operation and safety efficiency in the B section and along Belterre. A new mini station along Whiteview would support the existing facilities in the city's central region. So in summary, this slide identifies the 10-year CIP projects from 26 through 2035, along with their respective costs, totaling roughly $38 million. Completion of these projects will allow the city to continue to provide its citizens with a high level of service that they've come to expect. Since existing residents will also benefit from the new facilities, capacity fees can only be utilized for the proportion of new dwelling units. Currently, this equates to existing residents funding 46.7% of the project costs. At this point, I'll turn it over to Sean with Raftelis to present the findings of the study.
Thank you, Eric. For the record, my name is Sean Ocasio. I'm a senior manager with Raftelis Financial Consultants. I've been the project lead for this engagement with the city, as well as the Parks and Recreation one that we'll be talking about a little later this evening. One thing I wanted to mention, in terms of the content of the presentation tonight, it's going to cover a little bit of background on impact fees, a little bit of background on the statute. It's going to talk about some of the major assumptions involved in the development of the fees, the data and everything that was used to calculate them. And then it'll go over the actual recommended fees. We're going to talk about some of the changes that took place between the workshop and this current iteration, and then implementation considerations for the council. One thing,
sorry.
One thing I did want to mention, the fee increases that we're seeing in terms of a high-level basis, they are higher than what was presented previously. There was some round of discussion on data and assumptions in the workshop that took place, and we were given some additional direction to hone in on some of the grant funding items. There was an item that was encountered there. It related to some of the fire grant funding that in one set of data, it looked like it was a historical number. In another set of data, it was mentioned as a forward-looking. What happened was with some of the data preparation, essentially it was a timing issue. In one set of documents, it was looking historically, in another, it was looking forward. So it was counted twice. So what we've done is, to account for that, we've reduced that double count of certain grant funds there. So that's the main reason why you'll see the fees are going up compared to what was presented previously. So a little bit of background on impact fees. These are fees that are specifically designed to recover the cost of expansion-related capital, major capital investment in the community that covers facilities, that covers vehicles in the case of fire. You are allowed to account for that. And they relate to the impact of growth on the community. These are paid by new growth and new redevelopment. So new construction takes care of those. These are not paid by existing taxpayers. These are just paid by the new construction. These fees are used for expansion-related capital, so the cost to expand fire stations, the cost to add additional fire trucks, things of that nature. They're not used for meeting your operating requirements. They're not used for curing any deficiencies that the city and the department may have. These are purely for expansion-related needs. You can also use them for debt payments. It's not particularly relevant to this discussion. I just wanted to mention on the front end, those are some uses and flexibility that you have with fees of this type. In terms of the benefits of impact fees, these are important to have in the community because what it essentially accounts for is you're right-sizing the cost of growth and then ensuring that growth is paying for itself. So by doing so, by having appropriate fees set in the community, what it allows for is growth paying for its fair share of the cost of it coming into the city and the expansion of facilities that's required as a consequence of the new growth. So it's essentially tying the payment of growth paying for itself. These fees are important because to the extent that you don't have these fees in place or you don't have them at an appropriate level, then the burden of growth is then passed on to the existing taxpayer and existing residents because that cost still has to be met from another source. So these are beneficial in trying to make sure that growth pays for itself and that the burden to existing residents is mitigated. Some legal considerations, a little background on the statute. It was developed as a result of case law, formalized in 2006. Since then, it's been updated numerous times with some of the more impactful notes in recent years in 2021, 2024, and then the upcoming changes that were discussed in Jonathan's presentation, effective for October 2025, but certain portions in January. So there are, they like to change these and modify them over time. Some of the considerations when it comes to impact fees, when you are looking at updating these and designing these, you have to make sure that the fee analysis is based on the most recent and localized data to the community, which we believe we've done as a part of this analysis. We've used your current asset data for the fire department. We've looked at your current capital improvement plan over the life of the department over build out, but specifically through 2035. And we've used the recent call data for the department the past few years of call data, property appraiser records, Census Bureau data, all of those items local to the community. Some other items, administrative in their nature, accounting for the revenues in their own fund. The city already does this because these fees are already in place. There are some provisions with respect to implementation as far as when a fee is adopted, you then have to wait a 90-day period before you can actually start to collect those fees, and that's to allow for some adjustment in pricing for the development community from when the fees take effect to when they're actually potentially to be collected. One other thing I did want to mention, there was a comment earlier, and I think one of these bullet points addresses, these fees cannot be charged before the issuance of a building permit as a part of the statute. So you're collecting them when the law allows you to collect them at the issuance of that permit. To do so ahead of that schedule, as was mentioned, you don't really have the option to do that. Now, of course, you have the option to potentially set up some form of unique developer agreement, but that wouldn't be in the realm of impact fees. That would be for other items that the city may deem appropriate. But I just wanted to mention you are bound to collect these at the time of building permit. Some of the changes that took place in the legislation changes of 2021 were with respect to fee increases and phasing requirements. So essentially what was built into the statute during those edits was if you have an increase of up to 25%, you have to phase that in over a 2-year period evenly. If you have an increase of over 25% and up to 50% in the fee, then that has to be phased in over a 4-year period of time evenly. And then you are capped at that 50% threshold. Again, some of these items were mentioned in the prior discussion. So with that, that's the standard statutory approach for how these fees can be implemented and phased in over time and their maximums. However, they did build in a provision that was the extraordinary circumstance discussion, which we'll talk about a little bit later in our summary findings and was covered as a part of the prior presentation. That provision allows the city to sidestep essentially the phasing requirement or the fee maximum if there's findings of extraordinary circumstance for the community. The other item that was added was you can't update these fees more than once every 4 years, which is already generally consistent with the city's historical practice. In terms of some of the criteria involved in designing impact fees, there's what we call a dual rational nexus, which is essentially just a two-pronged test. And what that entails is that whatever growth-related costs you're building into the fees that you would be charging, you then have to use the revenues associated with those fees being collected on those growth-related projects. So it's trying to tie the cost and built into the fee to the use of the monies and linking them fairly. The fees also have to be based on reasonable levels of service for the community that are attainable, and the fees cannot be used to make up any service deficiencies that may exist, and you cannot use them for operating costs.
Excuse me, if I may. I was just wondering if potentially we can kind of jump to the changes, so to speak. The reason being, and no disrespect to you, I know that you put a lot of time and effort into this, but we received all these kind of definitions of what an impact fee and all that stuff is last week, as well as in a previous presentation tonight, and we'll also have another presentation from you. So just in the interest of getting to kind of the meat of this, which is the changes that we made.
Absolutely.
Do I have consensus from everybody?
I'm fine with that, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, very good.
That's fine.
I think the only thing that I recall being a change was there were some ARPA funds allocated, which you just touched on earlier, so it slightly changed the total number.
Right.
It was like $3.5 million of additional funding, I think.
And that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. And so, like I mentioned, so when you're designing the impact fee, you can't include any grant funding related projects because it's not fair to charge new growth for items that didn't cost you anything. So we net those out of the equation. And so by reducing that grant amount appropriately, the net costs that are included in the fee went up. So as a consequence, the fee went up correspondingly to that. So I guess just if we go to 23.
Okay.
So with that adjustment to the grant funding, it essentially changes the average cost per firefighter in terms of the capital involved to bring one on an average basis, upwards to about $563,000 per firefighter. We then look, our planning horizon is 2025 through 2035, so we're looking at the existing number of firefighters that you have today, about 74 FTEs, and then based on the plan, in the capital plan, it's an additional 33 firefighters to go along with those additional stations. So that's a total of 107 firefighters, and then you scale it by that $563,000 per firefighter. That's a total net cost recognized in the calculation, about $60.3 million, which is a bit higher than what we had before because of the grant item. So as you'll see, The change in the fee here, the fee that was mentioned in the workshop was $859 per residential unit. The fee that you'll see calculated here on the slide is $942 per residential unit. And the fee that was calculated for non-residential on a per 1,000 square footage basis was $1,364 per 1,000 square feet. It's now $1,495 per 1,000 square feet. So that's the main change there. In terms of overall comparability then, the fee went up compared to before, but you're still in the same relative position on this particular survey that you'll see on screen. Again, it was mentioned previously, these comparisons are just that. They're comparisons of point in times of what the fees are being charged in these other municipalities. They don't take into consideration, when was the last time one of these municipalities updated their fees? What level of grant funding did they have as a part of their fee development? Was there a policy decision that may have been made that says, okay, we're calculating X fee at 100%, but we're going to choose to implement 70%? I've had clients do that in the past. So just as this point in time, the current fee is about at the average level, but it's increasing to the high end of the comparison here at that $942 per residential dwelling unit. What I'll tell you is there are, quite a number of other communities that are also looking at these fees right now. Again, they're experiencing the same capital cost increases that you all are, and so their relative positions will likely move upwards as well. There's a couple here noted on the comparison. City of Apopka is one that may yet experience a significant increase, and there are other communities that are looking at these as well. On the non-residential side, the increase here was from $1,364 in the prior iteration to $1,495 per 1,000 square feet. Compared to your existing fee level, that's an increase of $795 per 1,000 square feet, or an increase of about 114%. In terms of how that compares to the same sampling of municipalities that was shown on the other comparable, I have a rough range here. It's between $2 per 1,000 square feet and $4,250 per 1,000 square feet. Again, it's pretty broad because you have a little more leeway in how those are calculated, and other municipalities design their fees in different ways. So in terms of implementation, whereas previously the increase was about 98% and 95% respectively for residential units and commercial square footage on a per 1,000 square foot basis, we're now seeing an increase of 117% for residential and about 114% for non-residential. These are higher than the 50% level, as was mentioned in the prior presentation. So these would, they are over the 50% cap that the statute has. So in terms of implementation options that you all have, there's either sticking with the standard 4-year phase-in up to 50% increase and then capping it at that level, and then revisiting the fees at that future period of time, or pursue implementation through the extraordinary circumstance provisions, which is the staff and our team's recommended option here. And going into those circumstances, again, they were elaborated on in a prior presentation. I don't know how much you want me to belabor the point, but what I would say is there's been very significant growth in the community historically. Over the past 5 years, I believe it's averaged about 3.8% per year on average, with one of those years peaking around the 5% level. In terms of forward-looking projections, it's still projected at about 2.1% per year for the next 10 years, which is both of which, that historical number and that forward-looking number, is higher than the overall average of the state. The state was growing about 1.5%, and you all are double that in the recent years. And even historically, before that, you've grown at an exceptional rate as well. What I would mention there also is, I was a part of the team that did the analysis 5 years ago with Murray Hamilton and Henry Thomas. You may remember them from their presentations, and I believe Murray works with the city on utility work. There were projections made as a part of that analysis in terms of population and units and cost and everything. And what we're doing is we're trying to create the best estimate that we have for planning purposes at the time and design the fees around that, solid information as we have. When it comes to, the growth rates experienced historically, while they haven't materialized quite to the extent that was projected in the prior study, they're still nonetheless very significant for your community. Again, coming in at double, the average for the state. The other thing that you have is, significant increase in capital inflation and asset acquisition costs. A fire truck an aerial that you would purchase, 5-6 years ago that cost about $1 million, now is projected to cost about $2 million. So very significant increase in a very short period of time there in terms of asset acquisition. In terms of capital inflation, there's been significant increases there. in terms of, I mean, just the impacts that we feel to ourselves. If you look at the kind of the standard basket of consumer goods, the CPI index is what that tends to be. That's increased almost 30% since 2019, and I would note that's not an insignificant increase to our respective wallets, in terms of, food costs, vehicles, things of that nature. So that's a very significant and extraordinary in terms of its comparison to the historical trend of the years that preceded it. Just another index that we looked at was a construction materials index. That's been about a 40% increase in that same window of time. And that's just the materials to construct, stations and things of that nature. So there's significant increase in your cost. There's significant growth. That growth is requiring the city to expand and add additional fire-related facilities and equipment. Okay, you're good. So the other 2 points here are just the revenue shortfall that would take place if the fees aren't implemented at their full level. If no action's taken with these revised fees, then there would be a shortfall of about $6.1 million of growth-related capital that would have to be recovered from existing residents if you were to still try to achieve the same amount of new stations and projects. And if you were to follow the phasing requirements, then that would still leave about a $4 million shortfall that would have to be recovered there as well. And then this slide's just a summary of the greatest hits, if you will, our recommendation and how to proceed. I don't want to belabor it because I know a lot of it was covered previously and similarly.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion from the dais?
I have.
Yes, sir.
So we pretty much agreed without change to what was presented at the workshop, which was 97.7% increase.
Right.
We're now going to 113.6%. So what, other than the ARPA funding, which increased by about, 550,000?
Well, it was a decrease. Essentially what happened was that ARPA money was counted twice. And so by adjusting to only count it the one time.
That much
Yes, sir.
made that?
The percentage is high, but the dollar figure is like $60.
$83 for a single family.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I'd still say, we agreed to something and.
No, I got you. That there was just a change in the calculation. The same thing, kind of, with the additional funding and the transportation. This affected the additional funding of this.
My hurt point is 100%, as I've mentioned before.
Oh, I remember. We got to be at 99.9.
Anytime things go more than 100%, I feel like that's pretty significant, and we're not including the CIP in this either. Your point for the last one. So if we were to.
No, it does actually.
What?
This does.
No, it says as of 25, I believe.
No, this does include that.
This includes the
Future costs.
Yes, sir. It includes future costs for
does.
2025 through 2035.
These two do. The first one did not.
The first one doesn't, yeah.
Any further discussion for the dais?
I have a couple things in the actual exhibit. So the ordinance itself, if you look at the section that talks about the actual costs, so section 2, it incorporates exhibit A. And exhibit A actually lays out truly the payments and a lot of the other terms. So if you go to section 29-103 of exhibit A, it says imposition/amount of fire and rescue impact fee credits for donations. The actual number is incorrect on subsection C. So I just want to make sure we're not approving anything that has this number in it. You see where it says $859 per dwelling unit?
I think.
I don't have the exhibit in
So,
front of me.
Vice Mayor, I think this was printed. Remember, this was printed prior
That,
to.
I agree with you, it probably was, but we can't, we have to accept the right numbers. I mean, this is an ordinance, and this incorporates an exhibit. It should be correct. So,
Absolutely.
let's make sure that whoever makes the motion incorporates the correct numbers, and we're not basing it off of when it was previously printed, because I agree with you. It's probably, we've gone through multiple versions. But I have other questions for council, and forgive me, because this is the first time that we've, in this packet, seen Exhibit A. There's an alternative impact fee calculation. Basically, it says that if an applicant believes the impact to the city fire and rescue system necessitated is less than the impact established in this article, the applicant may submit a calculation for an alternative impact fee to the city manager. In other words, you can say, hey, I should be an exception. I want to apply to the city manager for this exception, and then the city manager can make a determination. I don't think that that should be allowed, but if we are going to allow it, they should have to pay a fee, at least for this administrative review, and put some skin in the game. So again, I didn't, it's the first time I've seen this, so I want to get council feedback on that. But then also, if you look at section 29-108, which is payment, it says, except as otherwise provided in this article prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, an applicant shall pay the appropriate impact fee. I thought we discussed it happening at building permit, so we need to make sure that's clear. And then if you look at subsection E of that same section, it says if a building permit expires and no construction has been commenced, then the fee payor shall be entitled to a refund of the impact fee. I don't know how you all feel about that. I just feel it's really hard to plan if we're giving refunds for people not building.
The only thing I would say about that is that potentially someone pays at a lower rate and then we adjust the rates, and if we don't refund them, then we won't capture the new rate later,
Well, then it should say that.
I got you.
Yeah,
No,
maybe it should be amended to
I'm just
say
kind of
that.
like working through what the outcome might be there.
Sure, yeah. And then the last portion, sorry, was on section 29-111. There's also the potential for a city council review. Again, kind of the same idea. If an applicant says, hey, I don't really feel like these should apply to me, and they want to ask for a review, they can do that. And again, I think if you're going to do that, fine. If we say that this due process should be allotted to you, then great, but I think there should be a fee for some skin in the game. Otherwise, potentially, you could just have a bunch of people saying, nah, I don't think this should apply to me. And so, right, and look, it's my job to be an attorney and look for the worst, right? Like, you're supposed to have contracts for a reason, to contemplate when they all fall apart. And so that's what I'm doing here. I'm not saying that I think everybody's going to do this, but I think it's important that we know that this is what we're accepting here tonight. So those are the things that I wanted to discuss with council because, and sorry, last thing. The review requirements under section 29-112, if you go to subsection C, it says the purpose of this review is to ensure that the impact fees do not exceed the reasonably anticipated costs. This is yet another review process. So in other words, if an applicant comes to us and says, hey, I don't think that your fees were correct and that what you anticipated is way more than what is actually should be in the plan. And it says, in the event the review of this article materially alters or changes the assumptions, conclusions, and findings, the article shall be appropriately amended. And we don't have a definition of materially alters. And I have, just some pause with that. And that's an attorney question. Maybe we need to define, Marcus, what materially alters, if it's a percentage or whatever it may be. So those are my thoughts based on the exhibit that we're incorporating into the ordinance.
Do you have any suggestions for these changes? I mean, I know you outlined some of them as you went through.
Well, the amounts need to be correct, but then also I think that if you want to come before city council because you're unhappy with the fee, fine. We're the policy. We set policy. I don't think there should be an administrative review. I think that section, whatever section that is.
29-105.
103, I think. No.
105 is the city
Yes,
manager
you're right.
portion.
Yes. I think 105 should be stricken.
Just completely removed?
Remove it,
Or,
yeah.
or specify the city council versus the city manager?
Well, there is a city council review hearing process in section 29-111.
Okay, so there's two different review process outlined, and you're
Correct.
saying to remove this
Can I
administrative
jump in
one.
here real quick? Was this was this exhibit based on previous ordinance and the way we've been doing? So have we been doing business this way the whole time?
And I would defer to the city attorney, but I believe that those items were in there previously.
So I don't know if, I can't remember, but I will tell you, we have other ordinances that do the exact same thing. So this is not our first ordinance with the city of Palm Coast where there's directors or the city managers can make administrative decisions and people can appeal that to city council. So this is not unusual, I will tell you that.
Yeah, I don't think it's unusual. I just don't agree with it.
I guess the other question, though, too, is that to the point that if it, spitballing that, like, what if this became frivolous, right?
Mm-hmm.
That now are we tying up council meetings with 6 applicants every couple of weeks saying, I don't want to pay this impact fee, and then
Not
we're
if we make
reviewing
them
it.
perhaps pay a fee. I do have to correct myself, because the city council review hearing is to review the decision of the city manager. So presumably, if an applicant were to say, I want the city manager to essentially make an exception, city manager says no, they can then appeal to the city council. So to your point,
It'd be
Council.
like a board making a recommendation, like,
Yeah, so I think maybe we would change 29-105 to making this a city council review instead of a city manager review. And again, I'm one, right? So it would need to come from the dais, but this, I'm voicing my concerns.
I think in my opinion, all of these are reasonable asks. Like, there's nothing that fundamentally changes anything, and it's protecting us in a more defined way. So I'm okay with any of these changes.
Anything else?
No, that was it. I guess we could get rid of 29-111 if we're the initial reviewers. But again, this is first read, so I think that Marcus can probably make these changes to this incorporated exhibit if there's consensus to do so. But yeah, and then I want to make sure that payment is at building permit.
I guess my only question is, if this is going to be the new standard, is it the policy decision of this council to move forward with this updated language? You know, if these exhibits are imposed, because it's, I mean, do we need to take a broader review of all our other ordinances?
Well, I can tell you that it's the same in Parks and Rec. It's the same exhibit, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm just asking a broad kind of strategic
Yeah, no, it's a good question, of
policy
course.
question. I mean, I know you don't agree with it, but it's just, I'm kind of like, okay, well, let's take a 30,000, foot view on this and make sure that if this is the will of the council to move forward and operate in this fashion, then it should be, we need to correct ordinances that we've passed, and going forward, we need to correct, we need to make those changes from a policy perspective going forward. So
Yeah.
I think it's a broader decision than just these specific changes here, so.
I agree with you. I just think if council is strapped with the duty to make the impact fees, then there should be no ability to undermine that by city staff.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you, I just.
Yeah.
Just
No, I agree with you.
Putting it in the
Yeah.
context of a policy decision.
So you got.
I look forward to all of the vice mayor's recommendations for our contract changes and ordinance changes in the future.
I'm so sorry. I do not have all that written down, so if.
I can repeat them.
Yes, please.
And if anybody disagrees, please pipe up. So
Well-
we're changing section 29-103 to make sure that the numbers are correct. Section 29-105 should be a city council review, not city manager. 29-108 subsection A, payment is due at issuing a permit.
And then E. We talked about that. I don't know
Yeah,
where we want to fall with that.
I hear what you're saying. I would leave that open to council. That was me. I literally circled it and said, thoughts, question mark?
Well, I guess
don't
the
know.
question is, if they don't go to permitting, then, they're not making an impact. And then, so legally, we're required to give them that money back, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine, yeah. No,
Yep.
and that's why I asked the question, but thank you for that. And then, 29-110 also has a review process by city manager, so that would need to be changed to city council. And then we would get rid of 29-111 because that's just an appeal to city council. But if city council's already hearing it, we don't need an appeal.
We're eliminating that one,
Correct?
provided you do the other one.
Yes.
Okay.
So you got everything now, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
There's
Yeah, materially altered.
the definition of materially
materially
altered.
112 subparagraph.
Yeah, I would look to council to define that. I guess Black's Law,
Yeah, I'll get you definition.
yeah.
Anything else?
Good, Marcus?
Whole kit and caboodle.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommended adoption using the extraordinary circumstance approach with the Vice Mayor's requested changes.
With changes as requested, right?
Second.
Got a second from Councilman Sullivan. We'll open it up for public. Any more discussion from the dais before we open it up? Open it up for public comments. Yes, sir.
Tony Amaral, City of Palm Coast. Fire is fire. It's an important thing. We need to do it. We need to catch up to it. I do like the discussion. That's why I like, that's what the residents want, is a discussion that is not jumbled and caught up, and it should be fairly easy, what you guys said. I was able to follow it, so it can't be that hard. So good job, and hope we get the next one.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm still Anna Maria Long. I want to reiterate the comments I made before on extraordinary circumstances, that we don't believe there are any, but I will not go into detail on those because it's already late. And that said, we have no argument with fire because we like to have emergency services show up when we need them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion from the dais? No. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 8. City Attorney, please.
Yes, we have another ordinance 2025 amending Chapter 29 Impact Fees, Article 3 Park System Impact Fees, Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Coast to adjust rates based on a comprehensive study including an extraordinary circumstances study.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Eric Giba, once again, architect with the Stormwater and Engineering Department, and I'm here with Sean Ocasio. If you would like, since you have seen most of the presentation, we can kind of move right on to the findings, having removed some of the projects that were the directive of Council from last week.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Well, thank you for having me back so soon. In terms of the changes, like was discussed, there was a few projects that were removed based on direction provided by the council in the workshop session. The number that you see on screen here, that $195.4 million in total capital projects, that was a part of the revised calculation. Previously, that number was about $236 million of projects over the same period of time. So a reduction there of about $40 million or so. With that, as a consequence, if we're reducing the costs that are included as a part of the impact fee calculation, then of course the fee is going to decrease correspondingly. And so if we jump to the next one here, this kind of brings it all together. Similarly to the fire discussion, we're looking at existing investment net of grants. We're looking at future investment net of grants. Again, this is the revised net investment. And then one thing I'll mention here, because the math gets a little wonky, is we take all the current investment in existing Parks and Recreation assets. We're looking at all the planned future investment in Parks and Recreation assets, dividing those out by build-out population, and then scaling it to our projected 2035 population. So the numbers that you see here are those scaled numbers, and that's a total allocated investment through 2035 of approximately $166 million, which then is lower than what was previously. So where we get is a revised fee of $3,164 per residential dwelling unit, as opposed to previously where it was $3,620 per residential unit. So overall decrease there, about $456. In terms of comparability, even with that decrease, the proposed fee level would still put you on the high end of the graphic that's shown on screen here. Again, the same surveyed municipalities that was a part of the fire comparison. What I would mention is this one was a little bit more localized in terms of the comparables that are shown here, but if you look a little bit broader across the state, we see communities with much higher fee levels for equivalent residential parks and recreation service. In some places in southern Florida, up to the tune of about $6,000 per residential dwelling unit. So I think, not to belabor it, it's the same set of extraordinary circumstances that we discussed previously, exceptional population growth historically and projected in the future, as well as the increase in capital costs associated with inflation and the impacts there to the community, and then the revenue shortfalls. If the fees aren't adopted at the fully calculated level, or if they're implemented via the scaled provision in the statute. If no increases are implemented, then that would be a revenue shortfall of about $13 million of growth-related projects that would have to be recovered from existing residents. If the statutory approach is used, then that decreases to about $5.6 million revenue shortfall that would need to be recovered from existing residents in order to accomplish the same projects. That was really the main changes, was just those project changes.
Thank you, sir. Bring it back to the dais. We got any comments concerning this one?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
So, we spoke last week as far as kind of my priority work when it comes to impact fees for our residents is certainly public safety or roads, and this is number 3 for me. And so, we did move the needle from your original recommendation from 98% went to 73.1%, right? So we came to consensus on that. But I just want to confirm extraordinary circumstances for this ordinance, same as the previous one. High population, significant increase in construction costs. If no fee increases are implemented, then up to approximately $13.1 million of growth-related capital costs would need to be recovered from the taxpayers from some other sources.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You stand by that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I think it's important. We have it on the slide. You're saying it a little bit fast, but I want to make sure that our residents understand the why we're considering this extraordinary for a quality of life, amenity that we have, our parks and recs here in our city. But for me, if I had to choose, it would be public safety, the roads, and then this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
The only thing that I'll add to that is, the last time the park impact fee was before council, I think in 2020, they did a phased-in approach. And ultimately, if you look at what that breakdown was, it really cost the city a lot of money. We really lost a lot of money for parks doing that. And I will say, if you even look at the CIP, the projections for the parks, we're not even slated to get a new neighborhood park based on these numbers until 2029. And one of the reasons our residents come to Palm Coast and one of the reasons our residents love Palm Coast is because of the amount of parks and trails. And I mean, that is quality of life. Not only that, it increases property values by millions of dollars. If you look at communities that have parks, it reduces what they spend on medical literally by millions of dollars. So there's so many other residual benefits, and really it helps the community as far as increasing the property values and those who are in the building community as well, as far as their property values and what they can charge per square foot for their home. So I just really think this is important. I understand from a priority standpoint, I agree with you, Councilman Gambaro, that you have to put public safety and transportation first. But I will say, Mayor Holland actually made this point I was watching the 2020 videos when they implemented the last round of impact fees, and she made a really good point. She said, we put such a high emphasis on public safety, but the fact of the matter is when you have more parks, when you have more recreation, when you have more things for kids to do, that directly contributes to public safety because they're doing something constructive that helps with their development and all these other great residual benefits. So the more parks and activities that you have for kids, the more structured sports you have. And even back then, she said, we have more kids coming to our community. We need more fields. the same things that we've been talking about, but we haven't had the money to do it. So I think that this is really important that we move forward in this direction. I was glad to see that we were able to make some adjustments, to take some of those other parks that we weren't really quite sure we would actually need over the next 10 years out to make sure this is reasonable and legally defensible. But I'm very confident that at this point, this is what we need to keep the same quality of life for our residents.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the calculated impact fees using the extraordinary circumstance approach, and then also to add in the same changes to the ordinance from the last one.
Correct. Sorry.
Exhibit A.
Up to Exhibit A.
I'll second the motion. I will say, council, the sections are different. They don't line up with the last sections in Exhibit A. They're a little bit different.
But it's still the
number-wise.
same language.
But it's the same language.
I'll go through it and make sure.
Okay, we got a first, second. Any further discussion from the dais? Open it up, public comment. Any public comment? You should have already been queued up, Tony. You know it's coming.
Wait my turn.
You can get in the queue, though.
It's me again, Tony Emerald. So there are some questions to this. By all means, we need parks. Parks are great areas to keep the kids busy. They have plenty to do. It's just that there are so many unanswered questions in this park study. We removed a large, I believe it was 65 acres, I heard at one point, multi-use field. Well, I'm sorry, we have it in the study, but then last workshop, when you did another part of the study, you removed that land out for commercial. That was tract 17. I heard kicked around, and I have some number of questions about the numbers too, because I kept hearing that the cost to buy where that land was for those fields, which was tract 17, was $8.4 million. The city bought that land plus other parcels in 2020 or 21, I apologize, I don't have my notes in front of me, for 5.4, I believe it was. So I don't understand how we own land, we paid 5.4 for it, but yet it's calculated as 8.4 when it comes down to coming up to 19 million. But that should be a moot point because the 19 million should be kicked out because that land is no longer available because you're gonna use it for industry. No one, this is going on, what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks of having the information, no one, staff, council has been able to answer, if you get everything that's on this list, our current level of service is 8 acres per thousand. That was changed, by the way, in 2018 when they did the last study where they bumped it up from 5 acres per thousand. So you already got an increase to 8 acres per thousand. What will be our level of service? Are we meeting the 8 acres? Are we exceeding the 8 acres? Are we, under? Because right now, as you heard in the presentations, we're at 10. Right now, the way we're sitting, we're at 10. I'm just trying to figure out, how this math is coming along. We have specific numbers for the 3 neighborhood parks, but we don't have locations. I don't need a location, but you can't tell me the size. You can't tell me what amenities are going to be there. So it's just concerning that we have definitive numbers on projects that are so vague that I still can't get the answer of level of service if all this goes through, what that will be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Still Anna Maria Long. To some dismay. I share many of Tony's concerns. This math was done over a decade ago, but Palm Coast has more than 3 Magic Kingdoms, like Disney Magic Kingdoms of Parkland, which is great. I love parks, took my kids to the park. But also concerned with the calculations of the land and the costs of the parks when we don't know what the park is gonna look like. So we're saying, okay, we're gonna have a neighborhood park here. Is it going to be a park similar to the park, I'm gonna say playground equipment. Is it gonna be similar to the Holland Park playground equipment? Is it gonna be similar to the smaller playground equipment that's at Indian Trail Sports Complex? That's right outside of the fields. 2 very different things, right? And so when we're looking at those calculations, or when the calculations are being done, how do we know? When it comes to the land, Palm Coast owns land throughout different neighborhoods. It's available on the property appraiser's website. How are we calculating, you know, like Tony said, $8.4 million. We went through the whole property appraiser's website and we're befuddled. But I think it's important to know those numbers are true calculations. The study, as far as I understand, was the park study was only received, pardon, on Friday due to attachments not attaching. I didn't receive it until yesterday. So again, it's a lot. I think parks is a lot more. It's not as much as transportation, but it is a lot more to read than fire. Fire is the most consumable document of the three. But once again, we're looking at three important studies that are lengthy and detailed. And also, what is our level of service at the end of this? If we don't have the acreage identified, because we don't have the land identified, how do you calculate all the amounts after that? And if you don't have even just the passive parkland versus active parkland separated out, if you have, maybe you say, okay, this is 20 acres. Okay, well, is 5 of it active and 15 of it passive? That matters when you're determining your level of service. So without that, we can't tell the user or the end user, the citizens, what the level of service will be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
Anyone else?
and I'm sorry, I want to echo, still no extraordinary circumstances.
Any further public comment? I'll bring it back to the dais for anything to follow up?
No, the only thing I was going to mention about the land acquisition and the Track 17, we made, as a council, a policy decision that it was more valuable to the city as potential commercial industrial property as we try to ramp up the economic development, because to what I perceive as our thoughts that we haven't done enough so far, so we're trying to do more. And so, you know, that's the only reason that has shifted because of that, which, you know, that's a policy decision based on what we think is the best ROI for that property. So that's all I had for that.
Thank you. The only thing I'll say is I think that, you know, as we have more and more residents feel like there continues to be more and more building going on, keeping the level of service at 10 acres, I think is a show of commitment to us wanting to keep the level of service where it's at currently. So yes, I think that, you know, the goal initially was 8 acres per resident, but to say that we want to do 10 acres per resident and stay there, I think is a commitment to the level of service and something that makes Palm Coast special. I will say, with regards to the Track 17 issue, there being the 100 acres that we sold and what the cost was, only 65 acres of that was actually buildable. So as we look for more land to make a sports complex, and realistically, we need like 100 acres of buildable land to make that work, we're going to have to pay more money than what we originally purchased that property for. So these are all things that, you know, we have really fleshed out ad nauseum, I think, not only up here, but also, at least for me, with staff. And I'm pretty sure my colleagues have engaged in some pretty heavy exercises with staff as well. So I'm confident in this, and I think that taking out what we decided to take out as council was appropriate, and that this is the way to move forward.
I just had one thing to add. On that Track 17, we also have that problem of the entitlements that we didn't control when we bought. That there's about $3 million there. We're going to have to get back in there one way or another and make that industrial.
Yeah, that cost would have been higher with the full
So I think
array
that might be part of the
entitlements.
question you had.
Anything else from the dais? Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item I, resolutions. City Attorney, resolution.
Yes, we have a resolution 2025 approving an option and ground lease agreement with Diamond Towers 5 LLC for the construction of a telecommunications tower at 350 Palm Coast Parkway Northeast.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor,
City Manager.
thank you, Mayor. Just for reminder purposes, City Council, the wireless master plan was heard before you back in your workshop in March 11th, and then was adopted by City Council on March 18th. And in that wireless master plan, it identified potential tower sites and locations for towers to go up. And so this is the second part of the process with a ground lease for one of those towers that was already identified and approved per your wireless master plan. Doug?
Yep. So good evening, Doug Akins, IT Director. As Lauren stated, this is based on the master plan that you guys adopted in March. And so we have 2 properties available for ground leases to you. So this presentation will cover both items 9 and 10. The first property is Fire Station 22. This is 350 Palm Coast Parkway Northeast. There's been a lot of interest in this area for a couple of years, and this is Diamond Towers who is requesting this lease. Again, this site is identified as Site S14 in the approved master plan. And this is a rendering of how the site will potentially look, where the tower will be located. In this rendering, Palm Coast Parkway is on the right-hand side of the screen. So the tower will be located there in the upper left-hand corner. The terms of the lease are exactly the same as the last one that was approved for the mock site. It offers a 1-year option, extendable by 2 additional 6-month periods, gives them time to do their due diligence on the property. After that, after they exercise the option, it is a 5-year lease with 5 5-year renewals with 30 years total. This is a reduction from 50 years in previous leases. The lease terms are, they give us $50,000 on the commencement of tower construction, and then the city receives 40% of the sublease fees for the first tenant, and then 50% of sublease fees for all the additional tenants after that. So are there any questions on this location?
So we'll get a % of the sales, essentially, for the subleases.
Right, so the rent that they receive from, or they negotiate with the tenant, AT&T, Verizon, we receive that percentage they receive.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion from the dais regarding this?
Oh, sorry, I was just curious as to why the 2 leases have different terms, because we're looking at 2 leases today.
They're different companies, different
Okay.
tower companies.
Gotcha, okay, thank you for that.
And just in case somebody's watching, this is where the new Fire Station 22 is located. It's
Yes.
co-located with that facility.
Yeah, Colbert Lane is the one place I drop cell service here, so this is just, I think this is a business-friendly necessity, it's an economic development-friendly necessity. I know a lot of businesses, and it's also a safety issue as well. We can't afford people to not have cell service in an emergency. And I know even driving, if I take Colbert to the beach, I drop cell service for a period there. So I think this is necessary.
Palm Harbor as well. I've received several residents calling and emailing about how on the backside there, they drop service essentially.
And there's actually 2 carriers interested in this location, so hopefully this will improve that area.
Any further discussion from the dais?
None for me.
Can we get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to
I got
approve as read.
one more site for you, sir.
What?
I got one more site for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My bad.
The next site is 50 Citation Boulevard. This is our water treatment plant too. This is a site that's very important for our utility department.
These are separate resolutions.
Correct.
So we need to vote on each one individually, right?
Yes.
Okay, let us finish this first, Doug.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We got a motion.
A motion to approve as read.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion? Yes, Miss Shelley, come on up.
And Darlene Shelley, K-Section, Palm Coast. I'm here mostly to speak for Miss Celia Puglisi, who can't be here for her own very personal reasons. But she did send me some very informative articles from, I want to say FFA. My phone went dead, so I couldn't bring it up to read it to you. The Firefighters Association, where they do not want these types of cell towers on their firefighters' properties because of the lack of guarantee that 5G technology is safe to humans, because in the research studies, 5G does cause cancer in mice and brain disorders in the animals that they tested it on. It's not incumbent upon the residents to prove that it's unsafe. You as a board needs to understand that the tests show that 5G is harmful in all of the testing that they've done so far. And when the Firefighters Association does not want this type of 5G technology and the things that they give off that are not proven safe to humans, you have to take that into consideration. It's unfair to the local residents that live around this area, and there are hundreds that do. Same with the next proposal that's coming up, the next ordinance as well, has homes all around it that are not only incompatible with the airport, they're also incompatible with 5G technology in their backyards, thousands of children, schools, and homes for senior citizens. And since you cannot guarantee that this technology is safe for humans, $50,000 is a drop in the bucket for a lawsuit when your folks, your residents, start getting cancer, start getting brain disorders, just like we know toxic emissions and 5G is potential, has potential for harming our quality of life, our safety, our health, and our welfare. So please consider that. And I'm just wondering, since when is the city in the business of making money from companies rather than being in business to protect the residents that live here and pay taxes? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Norris,
Pull it
ladies
down.
and gentlemen of the council.
Pull the mic down, there you go.
Okay. I'll start all over again. Good evening, Mayor Norris and ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Sabina McCauley, and I live on Courtney Place. We've already had one albatross put in our backyards vis-a-vis the new fire station. Less than 2 blocks away, we have station number 22 on Palm Coast Parkway, and I have heard all of the arguments why we're getting this new station. However, this tower now becomes another eyesore. This is right in my backyard. Now, you people are worrying about dropping calls. Look out your back door. See what you're going to see. The fire chief told me when he canvassed our neighborhood 3 weeks ago that they're leaving a 50-foot buffer between the firehouse and the golf course, on which I'm an owner there. I've lived in that property since Palm Coast was an unincorporated part of the county. And if this was Palm Coast 27 years ago, I'd have moved somewhere else, because you have city managers who have managed to put this city up to here in debt and problems. I only know one other person from the neighborhood who has come tonight about this issue with the tower. Now, if the city needs that much money, maybe we'll take a camp town on the block and see if we can pony up 50 G's for you. I mean, this is terrible. It's an absolute disgrace to put that right in the middle of a neighborhood and on the back of the golf course. That's lovely. Now, that's a whole other issue, which I'm not going to even get started on, because I know that'll come up at some point in time. But I'm here to say we don't want it in our neighborhood. 2 years ago, you wanted it on Clubhouse. They fought about it, and it never went up on Clubhouse Drive, did it? No, now we want to put it on the back of our street. Thanks, but no thanks. Keep your tower somewhere else, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Duarte, C-section. I've never lost cell phone service in those areas. I live there. I drive through there all the time. Never once have I ever had issues with my cell phone service in that area. This seems to be for the companies rather than for the residents, and it is dangerous for the residents. We live there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court, Palm Coast. Again, I don't know why this location of the cell phone tower has to completely 2 years, 4 years, now you're at it again. Let me say something. The wireless master plan is outdated, and 150 feet as far as a responsible distance is a complete joke. I was at the other meeting where you were there. You did not identify yourself. This tower is unneeded. You're going to build a $6 to $10 million firehouse. The International Association of Firefighters oppose since 2004 and reiterated in 2017. Excuse me, that fire stations are not to be used as base stations for cell phone towers. The firemen spend a lot of time there. No one can tell me definitively that these do not cause injury. No one, either way, one way or the other. I'm not an expert. You tried it on the other side of the golf course. I don't understand why our location has been pinpointed now 3 times. There are other locations that would work just as well on the other side of Colbert Lane. We live at the end of Colbert Lane. Beyond that, cancer-causing, most residents on Palm Coast, most residents on Courtney Place are elderly, or there are a few kids. These are the 2 types that could be most affected by these microwaves and low-wave radiations. Beyond that, have any of you went over there, actually looked where this thing is, as opposed to being in a house you bought years ago? You see oak trees and palm trees. This cell phone tower is twice as tall. Tower is correct, okay? It's going to loom over the entire area. If one resident loses $1 of property value here, that's a disgrace. You're all elected, you're sitting up here for the residents. I don't give a damn about Diamond Communications. I have lived here for 8 years. Let's go all over there right now and make a cell phone call. I guarantee you none will drop. That it just does not happen. This was something here, for some reason, I don't know what it is, there's an absolute lack of residents' rights here. And this has to stop. This will be the 3rd strike.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any more public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Rochelle Gildar, I live on Courtney. I just don't understand why you would put a cell tower in the middle of all these houses, apartments, golfers. There's a physical therapy office right next door. Is there no place else to put it for the Grand Haven people? Our self-service, my self-service is perfect. I don't really see what you're talking about. If you're going down Colbert to the beach, well, put it down where you lose your signal. It's not near where we live. So put it where there aren't people. Is that even like in Linear Park? There's plenty of room in there. Just take a look at a map. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
C.D. Rossell, K-section. I put in a cell site in a location that was a county park, a HOA, a I had to worry about butterflies, snakes, and plants, the fire department, all kinds of things. The issue with 5G is it requires more antennas because it's a lower power. And it has an issue where you need more towers. Also, one of the things that they can do with those towers is they can make them so they fit into a neighborhood better. I've seen them as palm trees. I've seen them as oak trees, different kinds of things that you can look at. Also on the location, they're very movable, but the reason they tend to put them around fire stations is because of the locations of the fire stations. They are in prime areas for coverage, the same as the response time. So that's one of the things you're having to deal with is the emergency systems. During an emergency, you have the fire station there, they're going to be up, and they need to be, you know, placed where they can be taken care of easily in an emergency. So, and I mean, that's some things you can look at, and I don't know if, you know, that's can be done now, but it's something you can talk to the tower companies about. Don't make it look ugly. You know, you can make it look more aesthetic into the neighborhood if they want, and that would be something I would definitely talk to them about. As far as the placement, that's, you know, that's another matter, but it's also, there's a whole federal government set of rules and regulations on exposure to 5G. And I know I did some things because I was looking right down the barrel of a cell tower, but it was 3G. And there's things you can do to remediate 5G because it's stopped very easily, unlike 3G and 2G and even 4G, which has a higher penetration capability because of the frequency. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion?
I have some questions, Mayor, if I may. So with regards to this cell tower, I mean, I fought the cell tower on Clubhouse Drive, fought hard. We got rid of it. It's not even in the master plan anymore. So this is frustrating for me because we need cell service in this area, and it feels like we have a lose-lose from every direction. So I'm a little frustrated at this point. The location, I'm looking at the property appraiser's website, and I see the concerns based on the cell tower's location. I know I've been out to the site, and I'm looking at Linear Park. Did we consider Linear Park as a possible location?
Originally, when we were looking at Clubhouse, we considered all the properties in the area. Linear Park, I believe, was one of the ones that's under a state, it's like a grant where we're not allowed to put a tower in there because of the restrictions on it.
Jason's coming up to help you, Doug.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo, Chief of Staff. Yes, Doug is correct. There's a restriction on the land because of how it was acquired through Florida Forever grants, but we did review that entire document to see if there was the ability to put it on those lands, but there is not.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any way, rather than putting the cell tower in this placement, which appears to be closer to the golf course, is there a way to place it on the other side of this piece of property at the very least? Can we alter the location on the parcel itself?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Engineering came up with this design of how it would fit on there, and we'd have to ask them if they'd be able to rearrange the site. I'm not sure why they placed it in that location specifically.
Now's the time, because we're...
Yeah, we're already building right now. Right?
Well, no, I mean, we cleared.
I think we're about to pour the slab, pretty sure.
Fire station is underway.
Yes. Everything's locked in on that lot.
Well, it shouldn't be if we hadn't actually voted on this.
I'm saying the building.
The entire site plan is part of that build, right? So obviously you can move the tower different places, but once the site plan of where that building is located, it kind of limits, you know what I'm saying? Everything's abutted to this front corner, so really the only open space is that back left corner.
Well, I'm curious as to whether we could do the front left. I don't know.
Here.
Yeah. I don't know. So to answer that question, old Fire Station 22 is not going to be operating once new Fire Station 22 is open. So we're not going to have two fire stations. And I think we had discussed possibly putting the cell tower on there, but I think there's some restrictions land-wise. I can't remember exactly, if you can help me out.
There's some stormwater mitigation that would have had to happen, as well as the goal for Fire Station 22 is additional parking for the community center. So that would have been you would have been removing parking spaces that you already need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I just, we've racked our brain on this, and I just don't see an alternative, unfortunately. We moved it from Clubhouse. I think that was the right decision. But at this point, I know people say they haven't dropped coverage. I mean, I can only speak for myself and all of the people who tell me they do drop coverage. So, I don't know. I'm open for more suggestions, guys, but I think this is what we got.
Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to item 1, or I-10, City Attorney.
Yes, another 2025 resolution approving an option and ground lease agreement with Wireless Edge Towers 3 LLC for the construction of a telecommunication tower at 50 Citation Boulevard.
Yes, sir. Doug, continue on.
Yes, sir. So Mayor and Council, this is the second location, Water Treatment Plant 2 on 50 Citation Boulevard. This is not with Diamond Towers, this is with Wireless Edge Towers. This is a very important location for our utility department in order to put city equipment on the tower in order to read water meters in the area. So right now, they are still driving trucks in that area to get water meters, or now this will be automated through equipment on the tower itself. So again, this site is identified as S1 in the wireless master plan. This is a rendering of where the tower will be located on the plant in the upper right-hand corner there along Citation Boulevard. And again, the language of the lease is very similar with what we had with Diamond Towers. The terms are a little bit different because it is a different company. It is a one-year option with the same extendable 6-month periods, 5-year lease with five-year renewals. They offer $20,000 on construction of the tower, and for them, we receive the greater of 100% of the first sublease or 50% of all subleases, and additionally, they offer a $5,000 after execution of each sublease by a major carrier. So you have any questions on this lease?
The 5,000 is to the city?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any further discussion from the dais? Can we get a motion to approve this resolution?
Second.
Got a second? Any further discussion from the dais? Open it up for public comment. Yes, Miss Denise. I remembered, imagine. Yes, ma'am.
Denise Henry, P section. I'm not understanding, the slide went too fast, but why are we getting 50,000 from one and only 20,000 from this company? That's my question.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Miss Darlene.
I'm Darlene Shelley, K-section. Again, I'm very frustrated because apparently money means more than the safety, health, and welfare of the constituents and the residents of Palm Coast. Nobody up there can tell me that 5G and the emissions from these towers are safe for humans. So you're opening yourself up for measly amounts of money to very large lawsuits when folks start to get sick. And you can't say that they're not going to start to get sick. Same goes for lead emissions, toxic emissions, chemicals from this and other things that are being allowed in direct violation to the verbiage in the comprehensive plan that protects the safety, health, and welfare of the residents, that protects our quality of life. This tower is on Citation, which was originally zoned for industrial use. The previous boards changed those industrial uses to incompatible single-family homes. Now, you simply cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to put in residential homes, the residents in those homes have rights. They have rights to peace and prosperity in their home. They have rights to 500 feet above their homes. They have rights to not be poisoned by 5G and any other microwave emissions that come from these towers. These numbers are insequential to the health of our families, of our children. It's a disgrace that you're passing these knowing that you cannot guarantee the health of the residents. I feel you're selling us out for a measly amount of money. You're ruining our quality of life. You're taking our health and our safety and our welfare for granted. You are lowering our property values. Not to mention, the county just passed an overlay ordinance preventing this type of thing. You'll be violating their overlay, which in itself I believe is unlawful because it also takes away our personal rights to our property. These are serious issues. They're legal issues that the county and the city are going to be on the hook for. Because in the United States of America, we the people have rights to health, safety, welfare, quality of life, and the protection of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Miss Jeannie.
Hi, Jeannie, C-section. I'm totally in agreement with her. I'm also disgusted that our lives mean this little to you. Collectively, that is very low. Also, we have eagles very, 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 very close to these towers. We visit those eagles all the time, and we watch them online raising their babies. What kind of impact are these towers going to have on our wildlife and our eagles? That's got to be looked into.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? Seeing no follow-ups, Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to item I-11, City Attorney, please.
We have another resolution 2025 approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Palm Coast and the Flagler County Sheriff's Office for the temporary assignment of executive staff member.
Mayor, City Council, I place this on your agenda. We have been working through with the Sheriff's Office an agreement to have, the sheriff calls it an executive on loan for the summer months. We have from June until September. I just really want to make sure that we maintain your priorities, and navigating the budget process will be is what I will be doing, and so an extra set of eyes and hands in our city operations would be very helpful as we're navigating this time in this transitional period. Chief Strobridge has offered to help us, and he would be reviewing processes and policies and procedures. So this agreement is with the Sheriff's Office. We are not hiring Chief Strobridge directly. We would be paying the sheriff for Chief Strobridge's services. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any discussion? Go ahead, counsel.
Yeah, there's one just tiny minor amendment I want to add to it. It's in section 4, indemnification, the second paragraph. It currently says the City of Palm Coast shall provide through city attorney and/or City of Palm Coast insurance carrier the chief of staff with legal representation. I'm adding one more thing in there. It should be chief of staff and sheriff, because the sheriff is the sheriff department, since they're loaning him just in case in an unlikely scenario there is some type of suit, we cover that if the sheriff is getting sued. And so that will be added in there.
Any discussion from the dais?
Just generally speaking, wanted to make sure that this agreement is not in any way a violation of our charter or any of our policies and procedures.
No, like Ms. Johnson said, that this is an agreement with the sheriff's department, not with the chief. We're not hiring him or anything like that. We're just paying the sheriff's department for the services that he's coming over and helping us with, and then the services that he's not able to offer the sheriff's department while he's helping us.
I had a question, if I may. So in terms of contract negotiations with the sheriff's office and avoiding any conflict of interest there, scope of work in terms of that the chief would be excluded from any of those on behalf of the city.
Yes, the chief is not doing any city budget operations for us. He is doing his job for the sheriff, and that is it, for the budget specifically.
And in his job description that is attached to this, it says he's not allowed to do any budget.
I just wanted to clarify, make sure everybody else was aware too, that there is no conflict in that way.
Yes, and Mayor and City Council, I'm still operating under the same guidance that was given during the 5-year public safety plan from your joint workshop, that we are following through with that plan. So unless there's different direction given, that is what we are moving forward with from the sheriff's office.
Right, so there's no like material change. We've got it like 99% fleshed out, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any further discussion from the dais? No. Well, I guess I'll comment on this here. I don't know if Shakespeare was writing this, if he had write it as a tragedy or a comedy, because I didn't find out about this till yesterday. Pierre from Flagler Live probably had the article written before I was ever contacted. So this is a sad day for this city council. And I don't want to cause drama, but we had a chance to hire someone to be the city manager, and you guys shot it down. So here we are asking the sheriff to loan us one of his chiefs, which I have no problem with the chief at all. We're going to pay this guy $68,000 for 3 months. Supplement the sheriff's department to handle that. And like I said, I don't know if Shakespeare would write it as a comedy or a tragedy, but I can't believe this is where we're at. We wasted all that time and resources trying to hire a city manager. You guys narrowed it down to 2 people, and you couldn't agree on one person. But here we are backfilling that position to give Lauren an acting city manager to help her do her job. This is tragic, and it's an embarrassment. Any further discussion from the dais?
On the, how was the payment amount decided upon?
It's the difference between what the assistant city manager makes and then supplementing some of the sheriff's resources, because he will have to train up, and since Chief Strobridge will be gone, another person will be acting in that capacity. So it's the difference of that. So it's some of what was already budgeted for the assistant city manager's salary, and then the sheriff's compensation for moving someone up in his organization, since Chief Strobridge will be here.
So when I discussed this with Chief yesterday, when he happened to call me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to talk to me about this here, there's no mention of any money. If I borrow a wrench from my brother to fix my motorcycle, I'm not going to pay my brother $30,000 to borrow that wrench. So we're going to pay this man $68,000 to come in to supplement our city manager when we had a chance to hire a city manager. So Lauren could probably concentrate on the budget while the city manager got their feet wet. Because the whole deal was we needed somebody that could do the budget, that was immersed in the budget. And here we are hiring an outsider to come in to supplement, to help her with operations. That's an embarrassment. I just want the city to know that. And you can call me an ass, whatever you want. This is an embarrassment for this city. I'll open it up for public comment.
Hold on, I'm not done. So I have another question. With regards to the funding for this, where is this actual funding coming from?
The city manager's salary line item, and in the city manager's budget, we'll be moving money from the city manager's salary line item in that personnel services to the sheriff's, because we're contracting through to the sheriff.
Okay, so this comes out of your budget?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No.
Public comment? Mr. Davis, you were ready to chomp on this at the beginning of the meeting. Go right ahead, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeremy Davis. Tonight I want to address the decision to bring the Sheriff's Chief of Staff as an Assistant City Manager, despite already having an acting city manager, a Chief of Staff, and a fully staffed executive team. Let's be honest, this move doesn't inspire confidence. It creates a clear conflict of interest during budget season. Placing someone who helps negotiate your largest outside contract into a management role over city operations while taxpayers reimburse his salary. And then the Florida Statute 112.313, public officers are prohibited from holding employment or contractual relationships with entities doing business with their agency. The Sheriff's Office holds a $9 million contract with this city, so not only is this ethically questionable, it may be legally questionable too. The message it sends that internal accountability isn't working, and rather than fix that, leadership is being outsourced. Meanwhile, residents like me are still paying the price for that lack of accountability. My property flooded because of an elevated infill home the city approved without proper drainage planning. I've spent 2 years providing documentation and participating in meetings, and I'm still told construction to be determined, funding to be determined, timeline to be determined. So while the city acts swiftly to reshuffle leadership and approve high-level hires, the issues impacting residents like mine remain stalled. This isn't about politics, it's about priorities. You can bring in all the outside help you want, but it doesn't change the fact that city staff made decisions that put my home in harm's way, and no one has been held accountable. Palm Coast doesn't need more titles. It needs someone to take ownership of the consequences residents are living with. And before I close, I want to thank Vice Mayor Pontieri and Councilman Miller for staying engaged with residents like me. I appreciate your time and transparency. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie, Section C, Palm Coast. Didn't previous Mayor Holland create that position of assistant manager? This is almost an admission that our acting city manager cannot do her job. And with the Sheriff's Department being the largest contract on the general fund, this seems to be a very big conflict of interest, especially the creative way of transferring funds. And of course, our mayor is always the last one to ever find out anything. This $68,000 for 3 months, whatever happened to, hey, I'll help you, but I'll help you for free because we're all in this together. This doesn't make sense, and it seems corrupt.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, K-Section, and I agree with Jeremy and the woman that spoke before. My comments were going to be on the conflict of interest aspect of this. Don't we already pay for services from the Sheriff's Department? We already pay for that. It's definitely a conflict of interest. I can't see how it can be argued that it's not. Ms. Johnson, is she suggesting that she's going to take $68,000 from her salary? That, from what I understand, she doesn't qualify to hold because she doesn't, A, live in our city, and B, have the qualifications that are necessary when you were interviewing for a city manager. Is that money coming out of her salary to give to this sheriff? If it's true what Mr. Jeremy Davis said about it being illegal, I can see how that might be a possibility. It's definitely a conflict of interest. It's definitely an admission that despite the millions of dollars in salaries that we pay for the employees of Palm Coast that you don't have the capacity to cover the necessity, the job that needs to be done? How does that even happen? Mayor Norris, you're completely right. We had the opportunity to have any of the qualified city managers that came up before us, but for reasons that were not your fault, they were sent away without giving their whiteboard speeches, you know, and dwindled away to nothing. Why is that? I have my opinion on why that is, especially when folks come up here advocating for Ms. Johnson to stay on in her position. Apparently she works very well with the local developers, as do many of the council and previous council members work very well with the developers, and the developers get their way, even though the safety, health, and welfare of the residents are indeed negatively affected. But the city employees will come up here and say, this is great for the local residents. This is going to improve their quality of life. We all know that's not true. And we all know that the decisions that have been made have lowered our home values, put our children at risk, put our health at risk, put our quality of life at risk, taken away our peace in our homes. And I think it's unfair, and I think it's unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Jeannie, you can't come back up unless we open it up for public discussion. We have to have, I'm sorry, Miss Denise, you got an issue? You got a comment? Come on up.
So I can't?
No, you can't. You've already had one comment.
Okay, gotcha.
How's your daughter doing, by the way? Is she doing okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you miss Denise. Okay.
Denise Henry, P section. I'm really against this. We have such high salaried people on the city staff. Surely somebody can step up to the plate and handle anything that needs to be handled. I don't think we have to farm it out to the sheriff's department. I think we have to look in-house and get this done in-house.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hey, we need rain. Mark Webb, Palm Coast.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I, like you, Mayor, just discovered this event, this need that we're reading in the papers before any of us know. I think what disturbs me the most is the lack of transparency of a need with the upcoming efforts of the budget. We are already struggling with perception of Palm Coast City Council. It's there. We hear it all the time. We fight it all the time. All I can go by is what I read in the Flagler News. So this is what I read. She didn't even have to ask for permission. She had full authority without the council to move forward and make this move. That's fine. There's plenty of contractors and people with ability in this area to supplement and help us get the job done the next few months. Going into the sheriff department, asking for help or being recommended help, we don't know how that conversation occurred, from the single largest contracted group that we deal with appears bad. Just the presence of the transparency appears bad. And to say that a gentleman is going to be able to do the job in assistance during the time of the contract development, and by the way, the news report had already came out and said there's like an $11 million rough number that the sheriff's department's going to ask for us already, when we haven't even seen or know what's happening from the city level. Perception is everything. It's why you there. It's why we sit in here and listen to all of this information and demonstration, and yet we learn about it after it's already done. This is nothing more than showing the citizens that, well, let's be transparent. As far as I know, as far as I already read, numbers are done, contract's ready to go, he's ready to move over, he's gonna wear civilian clothes, you probably already have an office for him. Doesn't look very good, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Long.
I was just gonna go home, but it's pouring. Also, I couldn't walk away after hearing the negative comments about Ms. Johnston. And I know the whispers are gonna come next. Well, she represents the developers and the builders. That's true. And that means that, I'm just gonna call you Lauren, that Lauren and I disagree a lot. We have a lot of conflicting conversations where I'm like, why this, why that, blah, 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 and I'm going at her. It's the truth. But she works really hard, and she's a person of integrity, and I have one rule about how I operate my life, and that's I have to be able to lay my head down on the pillow with a clean conscience every night, and I couldn't do that if I didn't come up here and defend her and her integrity, and I think that shows by coming to this meeting, putting it on the agenda at all. As the last gentleman stated, she didn't have to do that. It is unfortunate that you just found out, you're the mayor, I'm a resident, but I also just found out I didn't even grab an agenda because I thought I knew everything that I was looking at today. That also said, I know there's concerns about conflicts of interest. While I personally have no concerns with Sheriff Staley or Chief Sturbridge, I think they're both outstanding gentlemen and leaders. My advice would be to consider the precedents that you're setting. While we have great leadership in our sheriff's department now, I always think like, well, what happens down the line? Another sheriff comes in, maybe they're not great, and then you can say, oh, well, the precedence was, this happened before, so now we have the opportunity to do it again. That'd be my only warning. And there are several positions throughout the city that are not filled, and that means that the executive team and department heads are floating in many ways, as you all know. You guys meet with them regularly, I'm sure. So I think that is important for the public to know and how much work they do, and just sad to see you guys get beaten up and staff get beaten up when you all do so much work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? I'm sorry, I skipped something on the dais. Do we have a motion to approve this?
We don't need a motion.
Oh, we didn't? Well, all the other resolutions, we did it.
The ILA. It's an ILA, it's a resolution.
So we are voting on this?
We are voting.
Okay, so I have a question I have a couple questions, because I was under the understanding that city manager or acting city manager did not have to bring this forward to us, as acting city manager could hire as needed. Is that not true?
Yes, in the policies and procedures, the city manager can hire any type of temporary workers, any staff really. So, yes.
Okay, so then why are we voting on this?
It's a protection not only for the city, but also for the sheriff and the sheriff's department. There are indemnity clauses in the agreement, as well as it lays out proper terms and for consideration. Anything else, Marcus, you wanted to add?
Yeah, it's just in negotiating, talking with the sheriff's attorney, sheriff's department, that we both just thought in the essence of time and everything, this was the best way to go in doing it this way. They wanted to do it through an interlocal agreement. You can only do an interlocal agreement between agencies with the city council approving it.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Johnston, what is the need here? You've been doing, and I know you've been doing your job and the job of city manager, but I think for the public's benefit, the need needs to be vocalized.
Sure. So there's been direction from city council, and the public has expressed interest in having an outside person come in and look at our processes and our policies and our personnel, our org chart? Are we being as efficient as we can? So in looking at, do we have talent in-house that could do that? Yes, but we are not fully staffed. My assistant city manager position is open, the community development director position is open, and the utility director position is open. We have the utility director position posted. We need to hire that position. It's been a desire of this city council to get that person on board as quickly as possible. Chief Strobridge offers many years in local government experience. He's a great judge of character. He can help us with that process. So in efforts to maintain city council's priorities, stay on track with all the various initiatives that come at us any given day or Tuesday, whether it's from the residents or from city council, trying to maintain that course of business, an extra set of eyes doing an outside review, helping with the Doge initiative. That's why it's helpful to have this.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, to impugn the integrity of Chief Strobridge and Ms. Johnston is despicable. She could have hired without bringing this forward. I'm sure if they really wanted to, keep this under wraps, they didn't have to go the ILA route. And we probably could have just hired. To say that Ms. Johnston has a relationship with developers that is somehow benefiting them is laughable. And I will tell you, during the last couple weeks is just one example, because we as council said, hey, are there some projects in the Parks Master Plan that we can remove that we really don't think we're going to have the monies to upkeep, the legacy costs, the personnel, the maintenance, all of those things. So is it actually realistic? And we as council said, it's probably not. We could, if we lived in a utopia and had endless dollars, sure, but realistically, probably not, so we removed those. I talked to Ms. Johnson afterwards, and I said, hey, are you okay? How are you feeling about this? And she was really bummed out that we took out parks to reduce that fee and be more realistic with this, because she worked on those for a really long time. Those were her babies. So, that's just one example. And I'm really, really heated right now, because the amount of work that goes into trying to really balance so many interests in this community, and the amount of work that's been on her shoulders in the last year. And I hear you, Mayor, we chose not to hire a city manager, but that's because we didn't think that somebody was the right fit, and that's more important. The right fit is more important than the right now. So, is this ideal? No, but theoretically we'd be paying a city manager and assistant city manager anyway. So we're not spending any more money than we hadn't budgeted for anyways. And I fully expect that with this position, Ms. Johnston, that we are going to see deliverables, that we will see results. Because to the point of the residents, and I think to this council, we do have initiatives, we do have priorities, and with somebody else coming in, I fully expect to see actual work product that is accomplished. So with that, I don't have anything else to say, Mayor.
Is anyone going to make a motion to approve it?
Move to approve the resolution.
Second.
There's a second. I'm going to open it up for public comment one more time, because I skipped the motion part to begin with. So, Ms. Gina, you get to speak again. Make it quick. You better hurry up. Yes, ma'am.
I have a concern with the timing of all this. Apparently, this was brought up with, I don't have a qualm on him as a person or his abilities, our chief. However, it's because of he represents that fund. He comes and brings that fund for the sheriff's department. He's the one that asked for those funds. He's the one that represents the funds for the sheriff's department. For him to come here and be involved with the funds, I still see it's a very big conflict of interest. And for you to communicate with him a few weeks ago, as the article states, isn't that around the same time that you interfered with your replacement with Doug Thomas? I think that's his name. So I'd be careful of this. I'm actually shocked that Sheriff Staley would even have anything allow this mess. I would, if I was him, I would be avoiding this whole situation like the plague, because it brings in too much questioning. It doesn't look good, especially with all the funds relating to their funds, the management funds, and you're claiming that it's coming from the management funds and you're the acting manager. Well, it's a mess. I'd avoid it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Darlene.
Darlene Shelley, K-Section. I want to clarify, I did not mean to demean anybody up here. I know how hard Ms. Johnson works and how hard all you work. Just reading through 724 pages of the agenda is a full-time job if you're going to go through it and analyze it, do some research on the things that are in there, you know, to determine if it's safe, to determine if it's going to benefit the residents or if it's going to benefit AT&T or the cell companies. Your decision should be based on the needs of the residents and how it's going to affect our quality of life. It doesn't all come down to the money. And again, I do apologize if you got the impression that I was insinuating that nobody works hard. I know you work hard. I question the amount of time that many of the city employees are working with the airport director, the developers, folks who are trying to upgrade their properties and get away from what they're entitled to and try to get more just for profit. And to hell with what the comprehensive plan says about whether it's going to affect the quality of life for the residents, whether it's going to affect our safety, health and welfare. Because we know some of these projects will. They will affect our water supply. Zoning up to heavy industrial is going to add more chemicals to our air and water. It's going to affect our environment. It's going to affect our animals, our children, our health. But that's not a priority, is it? And it's very sad that the priority is profits, that the priority is spending so much of your time meeting with developers and making special deals and giving them incentives and trying to upsell what should be offices and doctors' offices and things that are going to enhance our quality of life, things that are going to make it better, things that are going to make it beautiful. And that doesn't include storage facilities, it doesn't include dollar stores, it doesn't include heavy industrial, and then it doesn't include allowing things that are going to harm us and our home values and our families, our neighbors, and our loved ones. Thank you.
Any further comment from, we'll bring it back to the dais. Yes, sir.
I had one comment. And just in the job description, so this is probably information you may not have had for Chief Strobridge. It says no oversight involvement with city budget as relates to or pertains to the city of Palm Coast contracted services with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. That our lawyer was referring to that. It's very clear that that's not going to happen, because some people mentioned that.
Yeah. Well, the whole dealing with the sheriff's budget and the city budget, that's not my biggest concern. The biggest concern is we're in this situation. Any further comments from the dais? City clerk, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris? The motion passes 4-1.
Move on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any concerns with the items on the consent agenda?
I had just a question regarding the cameras and maybe Doug might be able to answer that. Is there proposed locations? I know that the sheriff's office has requested growth in that regard, but I didn't see anything about specific locations on there.
Sure, so these are existing cameras, existing traffic cameras,
Okay.
and eventually park cameras that would be integrated into the sheriff's.
So we'll just upgrade them so they link to them and they can track them and use their software for like plate readers and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was more informational for me to kind of understand where those were going to be. Do we know where these existing ones are?
Yeah, they're starting with the traffic cameras, so all the existing intersections where we have traffic cameras, which I'm not sure the number, there's quite a few, they would be integrated into the system first. So there's no new locations, it's just existing locations right now.
Would you mind sending me the list
Absolutely,
at some
of course.
point?
Yes, sir.
Just so I have that. Thanks.
Sure.
So I have a concern about number 13. From my reading of this, the sheriff's office has requested, it actually says, the sheriff's office has requested to integrate several of the City of Palm Coast cameras into Fusus, which is their real-time crime center platform. I obviously have no issue with that, but I'm wondering why they're not paying for that.
Yes, ma'am, it started with a request from the sheriff's office, and there were several ways we could integrate with them. From our perspective, IT's perspective, the safest way was to implement the platform ourselves and then share the cameras with the sheriff's office through the platform, as opposed to having another agency's equipment on our network that we didn't have any control over updates or taking it off the network if there was a breach. They can allow third parties through that access. So for us, from a security perspective, the best way to do it was implementing the platform ourselves and then sharing the cameras with the sheriff's office. So we would be using the cameras ourselves for the video piece of it and then sharing it with the sheriff's office. So we would be making use of the network of that also.
But we wouldn't be spending this money had they not requested the integration, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And there is the opportunity in future budgets to allocate that to the sheriff's fund as we allocate the other IT items.
So that was going to be my next question. How do we make this work out so that this is not an extra $300,000 into the sheriff's budget?
Yes, that is an option in future budgets. We can allocate that directly to the sheriff's fund in our budget.
How much historically do we apportion the IT to the sheriff's budget?
I'd have to look, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta be honest, this one bothers me. And obviously, I'm all about public safety, but for me, the sheriff's office should be paying for this, not the City of Palm Coast.
If I can jump in.
Yeah.
I agree to the point about, us wanting to handle it, it's our network and those things. That can still be done where we essentially do the work, put the equipment in, but still bill back, what cost is to the sheriff.
I think I would like to see what the allocation usually is, because if we're talking about saying, okay, well, this can go towards that allocation, I highly doubt every year our allocation is 300 grand for IT. I would almost bet my left arm on it.
For the sheriff's office?
Yeah, for the sheriff's office.
What's the overall
I
budget
just
contract?
want to make sure we have the numbers right. Because what I'm seeing in the current project is 31,000, and the balance in that account is 372,000. So we're saying that this software is
The overall 300,000 is over 5 years.
right.
Correct.
So what's the initial cost here?
This year is 31,000.
31,000.
I believe next year was around 100,000 because we're adding more cameras next year.
And so we're talking about then we would offset it by 31,000 and then contractual, hopefully. But in the budget, any future amounts would also be offset, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, just based on my experience, I'll use this. At the county, the sheriff's system for cameras in the jail and the connections are paid for out of the county budget, not the sheriff's budget. So I don't know if that has any significance here, but just for record purposes, I make that point.
Thank you. Anything? Okay, so, do we need a motion to approve the consent agenda? Or just, all in favor of approving, say, what is it?
We need a motion and then
Oh,
go out.
someone make a motion, please. Approve the consent.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Got a motion, got a second?
Second?
We got a second. Any further discussion from the dais? We'll open a public, anybody got any public comment on any of the consent agenda items? Really, Jeannie? You don't, you can, but you don't have to.
I understand that, but can you explain what master agreements with multiple firms for citywide geotechnical and laboratory services is all about, since we're no longer able to get the details off of the city website without having to request them or read it on social media? That would be my question.
Well, city manager, follow up with Ms.
Thanks.
Shelley and send her those documents. Yes, Ms. Jeannie?
Hello, I'm confused about the real-time crime center with the camera thing and all that. I've been in that room. I've seen the cool stuff that they do throughout the community. The citizens also have a program with the sheriff's department where they can share their camera system with the sheriff's department. Where are these cameras going and for what, you know? Of course, you know, keeping everybody safe, but where are they going?
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, any further public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
No.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, we're going to move on to item K, final public participation. Any further public comments that need to be made? Mr. Davis? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Actually, I want to speak about public participation because lately it feels more like a formality than a function. Residents show up, we write emails, we speak here at this podium, and what do we get in return? Silence, decisions made behind closed doors, plans pushed through without answers to the questions we keep asking. Public participation is supposed to be a cornerstone of local government, not a checked box on an agenda. If our input doesn't influence decisions, then what are we really participating in? Because from where I stand, it looks like the public speaks and the city just does what it was going to do anyway. That's not engagement, that's performance. And we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Shelley.
Darlene Shelley, K-section, and I agree with Mr. Davis again, because folks in Palm Coast are having a tough time just getting through their daily lives and paying their bills, paying their water bills, paying their electric bills, paying their mortgage. They don't have time to come here and beg you to give them peace in their own homes, to explain to you how on a weekend you can't enjoy outdoors without constant overflights of aircraft, constantly, on an average of 520 times a day. And again, and I've been pouring my heart out to you for months about the safety concerns from toxic emissions from excessive training aircraft, single piston aircraft that burn avgas that contains lead, and we know that lead is emitted at least 720 pounds over Palm Coast, and that was from 2008. We know that there is no safe level for lead. It's harmful in any amount, whether it's a de minimis amount on the 4 little sections of topsoil that they tested at the airport, and then social media says that Flagler County is free of lead. That is patent BS. Because these planes emit lead and hundreds of other toxic chemicals over our homes and schools. We're a densely populated city. We deserve better than this. Our children deserve better than this. It's too noisy to learn. It's too noisy to relax. In your pool or your lanai or your yard, it's constant, and it's torture. And you have the ability to fix this. Going to the FAA is going to be another circle jerk. Because the FAA says that local governments have the ability to protect their residents by following your codes, your comprehensive plan that codifies protections for our environment and our safety and our health and our welfare. And a simple ordinance that I asked to make a presentation before you, and I've met with some of you privately, and some of you refuse to return my emails, because this is an important topic that needs to be dealt with before Palm Coast becomes contaminated and our children start testing for lead in their blood and becoming sick, if they haven't already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Jeannie.
I'll make this fast. I'd like to see the residents get more credit for coming here. Not only are they coming here, but they spend countless hours, sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning, doing research, writing letters, and just to come here and get ignored sometimes. And oftentimes, if they don't write their complaint on that tiny little note thing you have over there, the complaint comment card, that's very small for a lot that's going on. But they do deserve a lot of recognition or a lot of respect for the time that they spend behind the scenes. Everybody up on the dais wants credit for the time that they spend reading ordinances or DRIs or you name it, whatever's. But back here, the residents, they do the same thing if they can get their hands on it. They're doing a lot of research behind the scenes that should be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Yes, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast, and that is my real name. And the reason I say that is because a lot of us don't realize we're in a public forum. That became very apparent to me last week when my wife and I were driving somewhere 100 or whatever, and we were listening to cool 100.9 oldies because I like old radio. And my wife started giggling, and I said, "What's so funny?" "You're on the radio." What? I couldn't believe it. The radio station had pulled my conversation with you guys and was using it as an ad on their radio station. And sadly, they were very much misrepresenting me. So I experienced something sadly you guys have all experienced with social media and all that, except for most of those people. Well, they're hiding behind names you would never understand or make up or know who they were. Now, I went to the radio station, talked with Rich, talked with Kurt. They were amazing. They were apologetic. They immediately cleaned it up. But here's what the takeaway is. Nowhere in this document does it inform us as citizens speaking that you are releasing your presence, your visual, and your verbal to the public record that can be grabbed and used in any way. So I would ask and recommend that either you announce it before the start of public or put it in this document that we are all now part of the historical record forever when we come up here. And for the record, tell you, my name is Mark Webb and I live in Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. I'm sure we don't have any follow-ups on that. Discussion of matters of the city council not on the agenda. Does anyone have anything to follow up with?
Yes, sir, I'll be real quick. Just wanted to bring up the end of both the Gator baseball and softball seasons. Unfortunately, we're not going to be winning a national championship this year in either sport. So I'll turn my attention to track, and I think tennis is what we got left. I also wanted to just read an email that we received in regards to the Firefighter Explorer program. I think it was sent to all of City Council. But I'll just read through it real quick. It's, Dear Chief Berryhill, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to you and your department for the outstanding work you are doing with the Firefighter Explorer program. Our son has been involved since its inception, and the experience has been instrumental in laying the foundation for his pursuit of a career in firefighting. The program has equipped him not only with essential physical skills, but also the mental and emotional resilience required to serve effectively as a first responder. It is evident that the instructors are deeply committed to the growth and development of each explorer. We would especially like to recognize Chief Fivash, Lieutenant Fajardo, Firefighter Seen, and Firefighter Paraskiv. I apologize if I've messed up any of those names, for their dedication, guidance, and willingness to help shape the future of the young men and women participating in the program. As residents of Palm Coast for the past 40 years, we are truly appreciative of the city's efforts to offer such impactful programs to our community. Thank you again for providing this opportunity for our son. I thought it was a great representation of some of the things that we're doing within the city, and just wanted to share that publicly because I think it shows, what staff is doing, especially in the fire department, to grow the skills within our young people to serve the city in the future. That's all I got.
Anyone else from the city council? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to publicly thank Mr. Ramon Marrero, the president of the Hispanic American Cultural Society, for putting on a great festival this weekend. Great music, great food, and it was just a great opportunity to celebrate the Hispanic community here in Palm Coast. I wanted to just publicly make an announcement that we've got 5 applicants for our charter review committee. I encourage our residents that are interested in serving and helping us guide our path forward with regards to our charter to please apply. Each of us get an opportunity to appoint a council member. It'd be great to look at a broad scope of applicants as they come forward. And then on Thursday, I'll be attending the Northeast Florida Regional Council meeting, and we'll report back next week. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the council?
Can I jump back in?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Just reminded me, TPO. So I went to TPO last week. So on the agenda, there's numerous things. There's a pilot program. The thing of note was they talked about it's LOPP, it's the list of priority projects, and kind of where you are on that list of getting funding from TPO in the short range plan. And these are non-CIS is what they call it. So these are things not within, like the interstate or 100, it's other things. Old Kings in particular, the 2 phases of Old Kings expansion north, I think we're both tied for 3rd on the previous priority list, and they advocated they've created a new criteria, and they showed what the 2 lists would look like if we went by the new criteria, and it was one of those 2 phases drops completely off the list, and one of those phases drops significantly, probably to where it wouldn't be funded in the short-term plan. So me, as well as several other members, including County Chair Dance, advocated for not moving to this new criteria so that we could ensure that projects that have been on the plan. So I think this has been the Old Kings Phase 2 and 3. I think has been since 2018. It's been on that list. So it's been there quite a while. It's one of the older projects on that list. It's got all the feasibility studies, the design, I think mostly worked out. I think they also use a criteria for whether it can be funded, whether it's feasible that it can be funded. So it meets those criteria as well. So we just continue to advocate that things that are almost to the finish line, we shouldn't just chop them off the list because we decided a new set of criteria to grade them, so to speak. So I'll keep everybody updated as that continues to change.
All right, thank you, sir. No one else? This is for you, City Manager. I called FWC about the hog situation, especially up on the north end, in the F section, from Old Kings Road over the Matanzas Woods area, over to 95. There's a lot of hogs rooting around up there. And that one gentleman on the corner, I forgot his name, but they're tearing up his yard. But I spoke to this lady at FWC, her name's Laney Carter, and she's working a program that they can provide traps and cameras for the locations. The only stipulation is it's designated for private land. But most of that land up there the city owns, so technically it is private. It's privately owned by the city. But I would like to see if we can get in touch with them and work through county, because she said there would have to be some coordination with county, because county is tracking all the population of the hogs and all that and all the movements as far as identifying where the hogs are at. So basically what this lady is telling me is she can provide the traps and the cameras. All we gotta do is provide the location, where the traps need to be, and for somebody to dispose of the hogs. But on the north end, I know it's bad over off of Colbert or in Grand Haven, even with you guys. They're bad over there, but on the north end, they got piglets rooting around out there.
I saw them on 95 driving home.
You can see them on 95, on Old Kings and 95.
The county has a pretty good program there for the swamp.
Yeah, but the thing with the counties can't do anything in our city limits.
No,
We
I
have
know,
to do
right,
it.
and that's the problem. So
Yeah.
you have to bring in the hunters to.
So I'm
get rid of them.
gonna forward you her contact info. If we could work the county, the sooner the better. Because if she can provide the traps and the cameras to monitor the traps, we need to get hot on it, because those people on their lawns are being completely destroyed.
Yes, Mayor, we're already on top of that. We've been working through the Water Management District as well, so planning staff, Mr. Dillon has been working through that. So if you forward it, we can get in contact with FWC as well.
She has the traps and the cameras specifically for that. Okay, moving on. City Attorney, you got anything for us?
Yes, sir.
City Manager, last matters for you?
No, thank you.
Everybody ready to go home?